For those who don't know, by the way, guys, guess what? Exclamation mark Pig2. That YouTube channel is going to have... Sorry, YouTube 2 is going to have that channel there. Give it a click, give it a sub. That's my coaching channel, guys. That's going to be mostly, almost completely educational and coaching content going forwards. And the Pig Random channel, and that is where Bronze2GM with Terran is going to be going. Obviously, we've already started putting Zerg on the main channel, so it's going to finish going up there. But Terran will go there, which will be starting as soon as we do finish Bronze2GM here with Zerg. Now, alright guys, so today we're starting off Masters 2. We're going to be queuing the ladder straight away. Of course, if you guys want to follow along, YouTube description, there is a link to me notes. So while we're queuing, I mean, we've got nothing to do. While we wait for a second, we might as well take a gander over there at the notes for today. Honestly, it's not too much. It's pretty chill. It's going to be very interesting, though, to see the situations I find myself in today, where we're trying to use Spellcasters. And what I teach beyond these points here is basically going to be just depending on that. So the main thing today is we're trying to do Spellcaster practice. And this is the most people that suck with Spellcasters. They just never practice it. And they're always worried about thinking about Spellcasters as a strategic counter that has to be used in X or Y situation. And, oh, I need to know when to use this spell or versus when to use that spell. And I need to use Burrow with my Infestors. People basically overcomplicate Spellcaster usage. And they just don't get enough repetitions. One of the best things you can do is obviously just go into the unit tester in game, right? That's actually the best thing you can do just to get reps, but that's the important thing. You need mechanical reps. So you got custom, arcade, LOTV, unit tester. Go in there. You don't even need an opponent. If you can get a practice partner, that's cool. But make sure it's the map made by Brandon and just practice. Just practice. Give yourself some Roach Infestor. Get your opponent, or even if it's just units, you could just give them mass marine. You can press an attack button in that map. It means the marines will just A-move towards you, and you can just practice using some fungals, trying to land them. And you'll get really good at it. So, is this Kata? Is this you, Kata? Did you just snipe me, dude? Own up to it. You're the only person who would have that name on the ladder. Kata, I fucking know this is you, dude. Own up to it, buddy. I know you're there. Jesus.
Not me, but I love him. I'm at work.
Not me, but I love him. I'm at work. Jesus. Oh my god. Alright guys, we're playing ZVP. So against Terran and Zerg, I want to play Roach Infestor, is what I'm going to do. But against Protoss, I think I find that Roach Hydra Viper is a little bit more of a solid composition. And is this going to be the best composition no matter what? Remember, it doesn't matter, and win or lose is not the goal. In fact, I might lose a lot more games doing this, because I'm so focused on kind of sticking with the composition that enables me to use those spellcasters. Now, I'm not saying I'm not allowed to go Hive Tech. I'm not saying I'm not allowed to go Lurkers. What I am saying though is I'm just going to be so focused on basically Roach Hydra Viper or die trying for the mid game, because I want to set up for a situation where I can get as many good abducts off as possible. So you want yourself to have a nice simple army. Unfortunately, of course, I should have known from the opponent's name, and I should have paid attention to my overlord, which I didn't, that they would do something like this. Now they're going to get that up for sure. So we're going to pull back the drones. He did target fire them. Okay, and he's going to go Nexus. No worries. Okay. Okay, so we do need more lings just to get rid of that because the mining's going to be really inefficient. The gateways are blocking my mining, man. This is effective. All right, so we're going to build some more drones first because we're only at 18 workers. Opponent should be at about 20, slight lead on that. Cybercore is very delayed though, so that's okay. And we're going to start off with how to defend cannon rush. Now, in general, I could have reacted a lot quicker because I did see what was going on actually way before that. I also could have built more lings and we could have forced a few more buildings out here. That would have been really nice. We're just going to attack the gateway because that cannon's not in range of it. So, just going to force another cannon. Yeah, or another pylon, whatever. That's fine. Just make sure you build overlords. A lot of people get supply blocked in these scenarios. And oh, I mean, I'm fine with that. Yeah, okay. He's making an adept. I'm alright with that, actually. Okay. And once that gateway's gone, our mining is open. So that's cool. Yeah, no worries. So let's just go up here a little bit and then come back with that overlord. Try and see what the tech is. Let's get that started. You see the base is now wide open. Let's just set up all of our normal things. Overlord, overlord, overlord. Put one up there as well. And we're just going to try and go, like I said, Roach Hydra Viper if this game goes long enough. Okay. What a way to start my morning. Alright. Alright. There we go. He kills some stuff. That's alright. Because his tech's really late, remember? So, yeah. Alright, so we're just going to send a ling there along the edge. One to each of his edge bases. Because this is the sort of player where they're always going to take edge expansions. Corner bases, because, yeah. Well, they're not really very solid players, are they? The guys who are just cannon rushing and stuff every game. They're usually pretty bad in a more standard game. Yeah, yeah. So super quick third comes up for my opponent. Okay. Now, he had sentries. That tells us it's probably ground play, guys. Because otherwise he'd be spending all of his gas on Stargate units, right? Okay. So we're going to have just 2 queens for creep. Oh, no, we've already got enough, actually. We've already got second creep queen. Didn't think we did. We obviously want some upgrades. I don't want to go too hard on upgrades. It's more important to get the spellcasters out quickly at a nice timing. Let's get ling speed, just so we can have it. This can go here, this can go here, this can go here. And, yeah, as soon as we have lair, obviously we want to scout with that. You'll notice I have no army right now. He has such an early base. Like, why would I need army? That's that's what I would say to that, guys. He has such an early third off of a build where his tech was already slow. So just think about it. We can go Hydra and Infestation bit. We're not even going to hide it. Okay. A few more drones there. We've got a 4th on the way up the top. Now, at this point, I'm going to make units. Why? Well, I mean, I think it just makes sense. So we're going to queue that there. This guy can run in. We've got 3 full bases, completely saturated. So why not at least build a round of roaches? And remember I said we're going Roach Hydra. Can we? So we can start all these upgrades. Gas is going to be super important. So we might as well just build enough drones for that. We see a Stalker. And it looks like just mass charge Archon probably, guys. So, yeah, roaches are going to be pretty important there. So we're going to delay the hive just a few seconds, and we're going to completely stop doing anything now, except for overlords and roaches and then hydras, okay? Still don't know what his army looks like. Immortals and stalkers, okay. Start that hive. He hasn't got a massive zealot arc on, so it looks like he's making a very confusing army, to be honest. Make sure I queue up the other hydra upgrade, make sure I don't forget it. It's very cheap anyway. Add an overseer to your army so you can't get away with guys hanging out everywhere. I really want to just double check what the army looks like, so I've queued him to drop changeling and then run back. So I said move there, drop changeling, and then run back. Now, he's going to try and take a fourth, is he? Or... not quite sure. This is interesting, man. Creep is obviously nice, while we're just waiting for those Vipers to come in. And Roach Hydra is not a great long-term composition. But the Vipers will make it not absolutely terrible. It'll get stuff done. So yeah, there's like an arc on here. I'm having a big amount of trouble figuring out what's happening right now. I think my opponent's drunk. Honestly, that's just a real small army, guys. Is it? Oh, he's got a bit more than I thought for a sec there. Ah, okay, just the mass charge lot in the main. Okay, yeah, that'll get the job done.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, will he stop the upgrade? Yes, he will. So he is actually going to be able to stop one of my upgrades. We saved all the drones though, so we'll put those back to mining. Can make those 2 Vipers now. And I can go there. Yeah. Opponent doesn't have a 4th yet, so I'm kind of confused by what he's doing. You can tell he uses F2 a lot. That's why he's put that on siege mode, to make sure he doesn't accidentally pull that back in. And we're gonna now just take a 5th. We could have done that earlier if we wanted more gas. Okay, can we get the Hydra upgrade? Did I build 2 Hydra dens there? Apparently I did. Obviously he has Psy Storm. We don't want to eat the Psy Storm. So we're very ready to pull back here, yeah. But let's see how it goes. And because we don't have lurkers, we're actually going to see this army scale really bad. Because I think we've let him get a bit too much stuff. We basically just have to avoid fighting too badly. Let's just see if we could just click down one of those, maybe. So it's worth trading a few Hydras there. Okay. Okay, cool. Now we can actually use Vipers, I guess. Cool. Roaches, because we want more tanky units. Do some more injects. Put some more spines here, because that could obviously get run by. We're just going to try and find his army so we can abduct it all. Do we got Hydras? Shit, man, I don't know where his fucking army is. So we just queued that to drop changelings.
Our forces are under attack.
Yeah, so the opponent is probably trying to... It seems like they're a bit too good for the 4800 MMR I was playing against, so it feels like someone who's smurfing and sniping. And this does seem correct, because a lot of people like to do that when you're doing bronze to GMs. Okay. And he's purposely... Yeah, he's down there, so that means we aren't able to really fight head-on at all, which is a bit of a bummer. Yeah. So this is... Yeah. No, this is not a 4800 MMR player. I don't think. It might be. But no, there's no way. I mean, the name kind of gave it away at the start. It is what it is. It's all good.
Our forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack.
GG. I mean, I could try to play out the base trade. It's just, I'm so annoyed because I'm like, I want to use fucking spellcasters, and this is a situation where they're worthless. So annoying, man. We're gonna actually just lose all of our buildings because I didn't run any way, guys. So.
Our forces are under attack. Our drones are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack. The hive cluster is under attack.
So there we go. I mean, I'm abducting some units, so that's the thing. I probably should have made some lurkers before all my tech went down.
Our forces are under attack.
But
The hive cluster is under attack.
I don't know, maybe he doesn't have that many High Templar or something. Unfortunately, Zealots are a lot better than Hydras in this scenario. Yeah. GG. Yeah, it's a bummer. Oh, if I kept track of the army, that would have been good. Almost had Swarmers out. Obviously, the correct play there is just go to the Lurkers and play the Lurkers, but we wanted to kind of rush the Vipers. Unfortunately, I took a bit too long to do it, and they were pretty good at using the Prism in the main. We could watch the replay really quickly, but I let that distract me and delay me far too much, the Prism in the main. And then usually with a player like that, they're just going to all-in you because their skill set is very, very small. So I was kind of like, oh, okay, we'll respect the all-in. But, yeah, it just took a bit too long. You got to get the Vipers out pretty quickly. The problem with Vipers being hive tech is they are so slow in the game. And this was already more damage than it should have been. Simply because I wasn't watching my drone, right? So a lot of people look at games like this and they're like, fucking unfair Protoss, It's like, guys, we are set up to defend this. So check this out. By default, this should be the easiest win of all time. Because at this point, this is actually a few seconds after I've spotted the probe. So let's say a minute 8 is the latest I should have been pulling drones. Let's actually look at when I realized and did it. Let's see, how many extra seconds did I give my opponent to get set up? About almost 10 extra seconds. That's gonna make your life a lot harder than it should be, guys. That's gonna make it, yeah. Obviously a little bit of a rough way to start the morning when I've just woken up and I was like, yeah, we can get straight into Bronze 2GM. It's just learning Spellcasters, so it's pretty easy. For me, because I can just play however, as long as we get to the Spellcasters, but we do need to get a very quick hive up for Vipers. And Spellcasters are very support focused, so there is that. So looking at the follow-up, it's not like I was dead or anything at this point. I was fine. I just was a little slow on the Zerglings to deal with the Adepts. So I took a bit more damage there at the point where I should have pulled ahead. And I didn't have a Zergling spotting over here. So because we screwed up with the Zergling spotting, we let the opponent take a third. And yeah, the opponent played like a really tight game. The Adept micro was pretty good. They were playing fast. Like, you could just tell this is a much better Protoss player by the looks of it. I mean, it's not like Masters 2 is bad. So maybe, who knows, you never know. But yeah, I mean, it felt a lot like a disciple of Rocker. Like, Void can't play this well. I don't know, it felt like playing Rocker in most regards, to be honest. Yeah, almost exactly like him. Because I'm like, who else macros this well, man? There's like 0 probe downtime. Look at the probe production. It looks exactly like Rocker. Does anyone know Rocker's control groups? Because that'll actually tell us. Nexi on 1, Gateways 2, Robos 3. No army control groups whatsoever. Yeah, I thought this was an all-in. He takes a really weird base. So I didn't know about that base being taken either. So I'm here thinking, oh, this is a 3-base all-in. And he's taking a really strange expansion behind it as well. So those that don't know, Rocker's at 5,800. Rocker uses 2 for army though, so it might not be him. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's the gateway's on 2, but they're not using army groups. That is the strangest thing I've ever seen. Because normally you would just use the built-in hotkey for your warp gates, but I guess if you're proxy cheesing a lot, you probably need hotkeys for your gateways. That makes sense. Yeah. But yeah, insane macro, 83 probes, giant storm army. And if someone's macro is that good, turns out you're probably going to need to add lurkers or broods there, mate. Holy shit. That was actually wild macro from my opponent. I've religiously followed Zerg to GM. I want to consistently beat very hard Elite AI before I take on online games, but I'm not smashing them. What is most likely my issue? I've never played against the AI, so I don't know. I have no idea. I end up floating a ton of minerals, surviving macro, just keeping up with injects. Is my APM just too low? First thing, Hammer or Mook, get on the ladder. There's too many people in StarCraft who think they need to be a perfect player before they can get on the ladder. You are building it into something it is not. Okay? So if we could see like a meme, imagine it in meme version, okay? This is what people like you see the StarCraft ladder as. It's a bunch of elite UFC athletes who train all day, who are the best fighters in the world, going head to head in an elite, dangerous sport with the greatest consequences, the greatest skill, execution, and commitment. And literally your health is on the line. Now, what it actually is a couple of drunk guys rolling around in the mud wrestling. That's actually what ladder is. Like, it is actually not what you think it is, guys. It is not what you think it is. Oh, that's an interesting. Do you let me do that? Guys, what was the name of the opponent in the last game, by the way? Was it a barcode or what? I didn't catch it. Does anyone remember? So just get on the ladder and play. Just get on the ladder and play. And the thing is, because it's a ladder, the earlier you play, when you're worse, the better. It'll give you an easier training ground to learn skills, right? Because you'll be playing worse players. The worst thing you can do is try too hard to level up too early, obsess over a small skill set, and then basically end up getting addicted to winning, pushing yourself too high on the ladder, and then whenever you want to actually learn a new skill to diversify and make the game kind of fresh and interesting and give yourself, you know, options strategically, you're going to find it really demotivating because, well, suddenly you're losing all of your games, right? So don't glorify the ladder. Don't play 50 games in custom games. I have to beat AI 300 times before you go on the ladder. You're building it into something it's not. Humans, and even at high level, StarCraft is so much imperfection. I'll give you an example, guys. I've gotten to almost 1400 in Age of Empires, which is not great by any means, but it's actually, I don't know what that, it's like diamond something. I barely know what the pieces do in the game, and I regularly get one of my first villagers killed by a boar, and then still win the game. It's like killing 2 of your own drones at the start of the game, and then I still win the game. Because it just doesn't matter, because we're so imperfect. We're so imperfect as players, and there's so much. It's all about just, you know, getting more comfortable out there. Now, I've never played against the AI, so I'm sorry I can't really give you any more advice than that. Yeah, and play against people in more realistic scenarios, because the AI is not going to play like a human. It's humans are a special breed of weird. So just get on that. If anyone, maybe people in chat who've actually played against the AI know, but I mean, if you're floating money, you said, you know, you're hitting your injects, you're probably just not hitting a clean macro cycle, right? And the thing is, it also depends how much money you're floating. If you have a shit ton of workers, like, it's totally fine to float a bit of money. This is, you know, I'm always saying this, right? And, like, people obsess over floating, like, small amounts of money, and there's no reason to. It just, why would you care, is what I always say, right? I'm like, why are people so obsessed over this? Now, because there's a stalker, I think it might be an oracle opening. Let's try and talk about what's happening in the game. And really focus here and wake up a little bit as well, since I am feeling a little bit sleepy this morning, man. I actually slept like a baby last night, but just got to get in that commentary mode. It's been a week since our last Bronze to GM stream, so try and answer you guys' questions in between the games as much as I can. I do appreciate them, by the way. We need more people asking questions, because that is what drives the... Well, that was a bad spread on that creep shimmer. It's what drives the learning experience. Okay, so we're going to go second gas here. And... okay, I think we're going up against, like, Glaive Adepts or something like that. There's no gases here, so... Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3. Let's put one more creep tumor down. You go there, you go there. Inject that one. And what are we seeing here? Okay, so it's some sort of like, is it a gateway all-in? Is that what this is? I think it's a gateway all-in, guys. I was already a little bit late on my roach warring, so this is going to be very hard to hold. But it's just stalkers, so it's also kind of weak, I think. Oh, I accidentally ran my lings into that. That's not good. Yeah, it's just stalkers. Wow, what an interesting build this is. So we're just going to engage that guy over there first. Okay. And we're just going to kill the prism. Yeah, cool. So I was really greedy, and I had to pull back a lot, but we win the game now, so that was cool. Yeah. Okay, that was... Sorry, guys. I swear, we'll try to get some people that don't just all in me. We'll try. Alright, we can't get in there, but that's okay, because that stalker will go down. And he's gonna wall off behind that, so good on him. Let's try and... Oh! Ooh, get in there. Get in there. No. Oh! Push, 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 push. No. That's cool. The gateway's gonna go down. Hello. Oh. We're gonna just drone behind this. The only reason I'm attacking in here, guys, is because we killed his entire army very efficiently. Otherwise, I would not be doing it. Okay? This is not the sort of situation you go, yeah, that's a good angle to attack. That seems like a good idea. No, of course not. We're just trying to win the game because we're so far ahead. Spellcaster practice from here is going to be somewhat useless. Because it's like, hey, we're practicing against a literal dummy. And I don't mean my opponent's a dumbass. I mean dummy as in they're a thing that you punch and it does not respond. Because he won't have the material to. So we'll make an Overseer go through, see what's up. But he's not going to have enough. I think I might just get some Infestors out. Even though I said, you know, Infestors aren't the best unit versus Protoss. At least they're Spellcasters. So, main thing. Spellcasters always go on a second key to your army. But Pig, what if I put my Muters there? Well, you shouldn't really be using Muters and Spellcasters at the same time. If you do, choose one that's the least important. Say you've only got a few Muters left over. Put them on a much less important control group. Because they're not important anymore. It's Spellcaster time, okay? So we're going to go number 1 Roaches, number 2 Infestors. Of course, for me, it's 2 and 3. But I mean number 1 Army Group Roaches. Number 2, that. Roach speeds here. And basically the tip here is if you're only used to using 1 Army Group, well, that's going to be a bit of a bummer. Now, what if you only need 3 or 4 Infestors, because that's what pros do? Make 5 or 6 or 7, just so you have extra to practice with. Now, the opponent's all-inning again, and I actually am being really greedy because I'm talking about how to set up control groups right now, rather than, you know, fighting quite right. So we've got a kite against the zealots as much as we can. Let's drop some transfuses. Inject, inject, inject. Okay. And... okay. I don't know, man. There we go. And here's the trick. So you want to pull your infestors just behind your combat line. Now they actually have energy. And you want to drop fungals. So and then keep them behind. And you want to move them back and forth behind the combat line so they're just in range. And that's where you can be most effective with them, right? So you want to learn what their actual range is. So let's... here we go. It's a very aggro Protoss player. So basically, the fungal has about... I don't actually know the range on fungal, guys. Oh, check it out. It actually shows you a dotted line. I never knew that. As you're hovering over fungal, look at that. You can see this white dotted line. Do you guys see it? It's kind of hard to see on creep, especially with my high graphics settings. So you guys see it there. It's very clear off creep, right? So that's the fungal. And remember, that's to the center of the area. And this graphic that's around the infestor, this little thing, that shows you the area effect of the fungal, right? And it just needs to barely touch someone to get him, okay? So I think it's 8 range on the actual fungal itself, but then using the area, it's effective range of like 11 because it also or 10 because it reaches pretty far as well. So the important thing here is, well, what if you're not used to moving 2 control groups? Notice I'm just used to going 2 right click, 3 right click, 2 right click, 3 right click. Whenever I'm moving my army around like this, 2 right click, 3 right click. That's, and ideally you get good at that. It's smooth. I'm not even thinking about this, guys. What am I doing? I'm literally just right-clicking and I'm alternating 1, 2. 1, 2, and I'm right-clicking the whole time. And the army just kind of goes wherever my mouse goes, right? It's like really easy. So you can try that. You can try getting the habit of it. Some people just, they cannot get it. They're too slow. They're too lazy to learn it. Whatever the reason is. So what's a nice way of doing this? Take your spellcaster key and just right-click it on one of the guys in your army. And just keep moving your army around as normal. And the infestors become the butt buddies of the roaches. Same thing with vipers, and they're at least just going to follow you. So this is a nice little hack for those of you who struggle and you find you lose your spellcasters when they're on a different control group. So this way they'll just follow you around, and then when the fight starts, you can actually micro your bloody infestors, can't you? So what you want to do is when the fight starts, at this stage of the game, basically keep things simple. So when you go to attack, you're like, okay, I need to... huh? Yeah, set up a concave? No! Guys, keep it fucking simple. Okay, this is it. And this is all written down in dot point form in the document. You A-move your army, and then you move your infestors. And all you do is micro your infestors once your army's A-moved. And normally, roaches, hydras are the main units we want to use when we're learning spellcasters because they're very easy. They're naturally tanky. They're naturally gonna do really well, right? They'll automatically form themselves into something of a battle line as the fight happens. And generally speaking, you want your infestors just behind that battle line. Now, obviously, vipers, infestors, similar spell ranges, but you can imagine there's marines here or something like that, tanks behind that. You don't want to, a lot of people, what do? They just fucking click their infestors in, they derp to the front, maybe they throw some spells, but then they all die. Who's my favorite pro gamer at the moment? Dark used to be criminal at this because he never would control group his vipers. So his vipers were always like single-use vipers, right? Every fight, his vipers would do their abducts or do their blinding clouds, and then they'd just fly through the enemy army and die. Every single fight. He still does it sometimes. And I'm like, Dark. And you'd see like Cyril, for instance, when he first came up, and you'd see him throw his spells and then cue his vipers to go back home. Like in the middle of the fight. And I was like, recycling. Yeah, Europe. Woo. This is good. So essentially, you want to just be moving them back and forwards, kind of, ideally back and forwards in the battle line. Okay? Why do we need them to be there? The reason is, if they're not in range, so if they're too far forward, they're dying. And if they're too far back, this happens. Big clump of marines here, you go, fungal! 3 seconds later, the fungal hits, the marines are over here, or over here, or over here by then, right? How often do we see people who, they don't even know what their formation of their army is? Their infestors are like behind their army, and they're like, fungal, 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 fungal. Why isn't, and they're just looking at the screen going, why isn't it happening? You know, we see this with Psystorm really commonly, right? Lots of low-level players use Psystorm. That's what the most common one. A lot of Zergs just steer clear of Spellcasters because they're too intimidated. Or you accidentally disrupt your own army. Even pro gamers do that because you assume one of these disruptors is off cooldown, but it's not. And a rallying disruptor shoots one into your army. So the idea is if you don't get them into range, you're going to throw a spell, and there's going to be a delay before that spell actually throws, and it's going to be ineffective by that point, right? You're abducting, you're telling them to abduct, the unit's already dead by the time it actually abducts. You're blinding clouding, the battle's already moved on to a new area. So basically, Infestors, you just want to kind of move them back and forwards behind your battle line a little bit. Just obviously you could just click them there if you want, but because battles are moving, right? It might move forward a bit, and you're kind of just hanging behind the battle line and running back and forth, and you might go fungal, right? Fungal. Look at that. Isn't that nice? Now, how am I doing that, guys? How do I do the double fungal? I'm literally just going fungal hotkey, press, fungal hotkey, press. But there's a few other techniques you can use for spellcasting, right? So one of them is, you actually might not know this, guys, but with all spells, there is a built-in, not quite rapid fire, but kind of like rapid fire style technique you can use. Do you know what that is? Basically, if you hold down the key, it toggles after about like a little bit of a second. Sorry, I've got rapid fire on that, so I can't show you right now because I have rapid fire turned on. I'll go to standard hotkeys to show you guys. Poop. I think poop's a standard hotkey layout. Sorry, guys. So this time, if I hold it down, I don't need to use shift. Never use shift for spellcasting, or very rarely. Only in very too many people. They go fungal shift, fungal, or some shit. Please don't do that unless you've got a really good reason for doing it and you really understand how it works. It's a bad habit. What you're better off doing, and guys, I am not going to press my F for fungal more than once. I'm only going to press it one time. Click. Is that rapid fire? Is that a custom hotkey setup? Is that me being a god? No. What happens is after about, I don't know the time, but about a quarter of a second, it toggles and it says, oh, you want to cast multiple of this spell, and all you need to do is left click. And you can just left click. And you can do this with any spell, any ability. Most pro gamers don't know you can do this. So for those who are wondering, oh, I never knew this. Most pro gamers, every time I mention this, they go, you can't do that. And I go, give it a fucking go. And they go, I never knew that. Like, this is something they put in as an easy way to spam spells in StarCraft too. And a lot of people still, 11 years down the track, don't know about it. I think it's been in there since day one, as far as I know. Most people don't know this. I actually don't use this very much because I use rapid fire a lot of the time, and that's really convenient. Which, by the way, I just said rapid fire. Uh-oh, shit. Do I need to explain rapid fire now? Well, let's get into another game. I don't really want to explain rapid fire, guys, because it involves some custom hotkeys. But essentially, it's basically where you know when you like select an ability, say you do F for fungal, and then you have to left click to actually target, like to throw the fungal, right? Well, what you do is it's a way of cheating that, where you make it so holding down your F key also registers as left clicking. So you're both selecting fungal and doing the clicks without actually clicking your mouse. So all you need to do is like aim your mouse where it wants to go and hold down the spell, and it'll like spam heaps of them out. Now, you don't want to do that with fungal. People usually want to use that for like snipe. If there's like a ton of ultras coming, and then they can just hold down the snipe key and like wave their mouse over the ultras and spray like 20 snipes on like 6 or 7 ultras without having to go click or anything like that, right? So this is in the hotkeys for those who don't know. The setting for that, let's put that back on my current hotkeys. The actual hotkey setting you want to fiddle with is unit management, choose ability or AI target. Now you'll notice left mouse button has to stay the priority, or you literally can't click on things in the game. But you'll notice I have a shitload of variables that involved me, and I use very weird hotkeys. So obviously, but this is basically all the warp-ins for Protoss, most of my spells. I don't actually rapid fire spells very much. I mostly only use it for like corrosive bile if I want to drop like 20 corrosive biles on a command center at once or something like that. But occasionally I'll throw it out there, and it's something which a lot of people like to have so they can throw a lot of spells very quickly. So if you guys do want to use rapid fire, as that might come up a bit, don't worry, check out the guides in my thing. So there's great explanation videos from Jack Attack on how to do that. So if I just go to my Twitch chat, and I'll take those links and throw them in Bronze to GM, because I don't think I put rapid fire stuff up here in the initial, because I put some resources in the top of my Bronze to GM doc. Micro resources, welcome to StarCraft, deeper mechanics video. No, none of that. So guys, we want to go to chat. We want to go rapid. Check it out. So we've got like a whole bunch of resources there in my chat. I think, is this mine? No, rapid fire. So we've got rapid fire warp in. We've got how to bind multiple rapid fire keys. Like, okay, we'll just link the how to bind multiple rapid fire keys for people for now. But you guys can also how to bind multiple rapid fire keys. That's a Jack Attack video that really explains it in a really simple way. And then we've got also like this whole Team Liquid thread where you guys can like read through if you're wanting to hear people's ideas about, you know, the 1,000 different ways you could use it. Okay, and in general, a link to all these different videos: rapid fire recall, rapid fire snipe, rapid fire raven. Like, he did heaps of videos breaking it down. So whatever you guys want to use that for, we've got the info up there as a resource, so you all can actually hopefully pick that up. So awesome, guys. All right, let's continue queuing some games. Generally speaking, though, I'm gonna explain all the different options on its most basic level. You have 2 control groups. You fucking move the spellcasters in range, and then you just go button click where you want your spells to go. That's what I do 90% of the time. It's very manual. So a lot of people want shortcuts. They want hacks. I'm too slow. I can't learn it. You don't really need to be that fast, guys. You really don't. It's just about having a bit of muscle memory. That's what this is about. It's about repetition. So remember, what are we thinking of? We are trying to simplify this learning process. Terran or Zerg, we're playing Roach Infestor every game. Protoss, we're going to play Roach Hydra Viper. If it's super mid-game focused or they get a lot of air, maybe we'll go Infestors before the Vipers, just because it'll be the easier way of getting a Spellcaster out. And we're not thinking, okay, so Pig, when do you use Neural? When do you use Microbial Shroud? When do you use Fungal? Remember what I say is the secret to strategy games and getting better at them. You are a horse, okay? Strategy games are overwhelming. You are a horse on a modern road drawing a cart because you're part of one of these things. They're like, oh, it's romantic. People can pay us $200 to go for a horse carriage ride around the park. Horses lose their shit. There's trucks, there's cars. So they put blinders on them so they can only see right in front of them. They don't freak out from a big truck coming up behind them, okay? So you need to give yourself horse blinders, okay? So you don't freak out. So what we want to do is basically say, they're not infestors, they're fungalers, okay? And I'm not kidding. This is what I did when I learned how to use each spellcaster. They're not vipers, they're abductors. So we're going to get really good at fungal and really good at abduct before we move on to learning other spells. Too many people, they haven't even figured out the control groups or how to move the army or the range of the spell. And they're putting all their conscious energy towards, is this a blinding cloud situation or is it an abduct situation? And I'm like, mate, execution comes before strategy. If you're doing that, you're doing the equivalent of a football player being like, what formation should we run? And I'm like, dude, you're really fucking unfit. First, you need to like just do a few laps, okay? Just like you need to get your body functioning first. This is what we need. You need to understand, just get comfortable using the control group and knowing the range of a spell and generally being able to cast that spell in the general vicinity of your opponent's army. That's the starting point. We can add the decision making afterwards. So the number of people I see who are like, I mean, I'm just too bad at using spellcasters. And they give themselves the most impossible scenario. They're like, I'm going to make, is this an Infestor or a Viper scenario? Do I make Fungal or Neural or Microbial Shroud or Blinding Cloud or Parasitic Bomb? And I'm like, guys, I'm making just Roach Infestor or just Roach Hydra Viper. And the thing is, I do want to lose games as well. So this is something I probably should have said at the start of today. Getting Cannon Rush, not paying attention, and answering my doorbell probably wasn't in the best teaching mindset in that first game. But I said, look, because we're not just rushing up to like Broodlords off the back of it or Ultras or adapting to the scenario as much, because we're trying to keep those blinders on, we will be losing a few games today. Simply because we're like, I gotta make Roach Infestor and, you know, trying to force it to work to some extent. So we do have to do a little bit of patience and remember the win condition for us mentally. We're reframing the goalposts. It's not about the victory screen. It's if I can get a lot of fungals down, if I can get a lot of practice with that spell, This is Zerg vs Terran, Roach Infestor. I'm going to count that as a win. So that's what we're looking at here. Just explicit. What's the good hotkey for spell and to control army? Best way. How you doing, Inox? So I mean, you could just use the defaults. I use a very customized setup that's all about using the right side of the keyboard, but that's more about control groups and that sort of thing. If you do want to customize your keys, you just want to make sure they're easy to reach, and so they're close to where your hand is, and you want to try to use 2 different fingers for whatever your spellcaster control group is to select the spellcasters, and then the finger for the spell. So what do I mean by that? So basically, if you think about it, if you're selecting, say, number 2 to select your infestors, you want to be using a different finger to then be using the F key for fungal, or whatever key it is you use, depending on if you use grid or standard or whatever, okay? So I hope that makes sense. Whoops, what are we doing? I can go there, this guy can go up front. Awesome. So you just want to make sure it's 2 different fingers wherever possible. The one that selects the spellcaster key and the one that then presses the button. Oh, I guess we can go gas pool, it's fine. Just standard. You use Infestor and Viper every game? I prefer to just use one, personally. Are we getting proxy rexed? Is that what that is? I don't think so. Looks pretty normal timing. Yeah, that's fine. So we're just doing a very standard hatchery first. And how are we going to get to roaches? Well, there's 1,000 ways we can do it. Now, with this style, it's going to be pretty gas heavy. So how can we get to infestors quickly? Well, we want to get a pretty quick lair, and we want to get our gases up a bit quicker than normal. So we're going to try to do a style where we skip ling speed, okay? So we're going to do like a straight to roach infestor style, just to kind of fast forward our progression to that point. And I actually, you guys know I like roach infestor a lot. I have a lot of experience playing this style. Dark uses quite a bit of roaches into infestors. Now he'll still usually get ling speed, but oh wait, cancel that. Bad pig. Okay. So I'm going to just rally back onto gas a little bit here, and we will make a pretty early roach run. Okay, so didn't expect him to come into the main. Well done. Oh, hello. he's definitely going to lose that. Okay. Is he there? Oh my god, I was not expecting that. What the hell? Good micro, man. Guys, we're in Masters 2 now. We're playing people who are pretty good, man. This is crazy. I'm still in this mindset of like, these guys should be so much lower level than me. This shouldn't be too hard. I'm like, shit, man. These guys are microing good and stuff. All right, let's go take a third. We could just take the front third because he's over there to the left. That's fine. Yeah, we'll just take this one. Now, you might be like, hey, what's going on there? I actually would have been better off going across the map with my Zerglings. So if they're ever come across with the Reaper and they go straight in your main, they actually give you like a free path to do that, which is kind of cool. Okay, so let's try and focus a little bit here. He accidentally rallied some Marines over. Poor guy. Okay. Now, he's obviously seen the roach horn, so my opponent's probably panicking a little bit as well, over like, you're going to hit me with roaches now, right? Because very few people would drop a roach horn so early. But, and I didn't actually need to, but hopefully he freaks out a little bit. We're just going to build a couple of roaches here in a little bit. We'll go up to 3 gases now. Let's build a roach. We do need a 4th queen. Got some Hellions there, no worries. Okay, and we've got the Zerglings there to try to stop things as well. Let's try and get that quick lair that I was talking about. So we're just going to make sure all of these gases are being taken. And just target the weak one. There we go. That goes there. Hello. Whoops. Like took me a little while to finish him off, but that's okay. All right. So a bunch of overlords. Because he went Hellions, there's a good chance he could have Banshees, right? So let's just make sure we get a spore in each of those bases. Yeah, I guess we can just rally drones over here. We only have one Roach, but because he's kind of just chilled so far, I think we're good. We're just going to send this Overlord through, check what's up, and indeed, check it out, that's a Liberator. So, good to know. Okay, so I pulled an extra guy up here. And these guys can go down there. We're spreading creep. Okay, so we're going to go do-do-do. And check this out, we're going to purposefully tank with the queens. So notice they both take 2 shots, but neither dies. Just a cute little thing you can do there. Let's get the infestation pit. Try and get that out real quick, because gathering energy is going to be huge. I'm going to put some ling spotters out on the map. We're going to make a few more roaches, just about 5. We see he's going 3 racks.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
So we'll put a few more ling spotters out, because we want to know when he pushes. We also want to break down these rocks, okay? Rocks are our enemy. Because that'll stop us closing with the opponent. So we're just going to start with 1 Evo chamber. I think we'll get up our 6 gases straight away. And that infestation pit, let's get carapace, because we want our roaches to be tankier, right? So they can absorb hits. And that should be okay. You can go there, you can go there. You guys can go do-do-do. And we've got some creep spread going out, which will really help us as well. Okay, so I'm going to make 4 infestors to start, okay? Just because I want to get them out as quickly as possible. I will make pathogen glands, but that's kind of for the next wave, right? Now, we'll send a guy over there in a little bit, but for now, we're going to add the second upgrade after starting the first infestors. And we've got 4 infestors. Now, to make sure those infestors are actually useful, you need a lot of roaches with them, right? So all I'm doing is trying to get a 4th base open so we can open the gases up on the 4th base. So we're going to start it, but we're not actually droning it, right? And all we're doing other than that is massing roaches. We didn't actually see a 3rd command center, I'm realizing now as well. Let's make a few ravages just in case they can help us out. Don't know if there's tanks coming. There's tanks coming. Now, a lot of Terrans just kind of headbutt into you, even when you're playing roaches. And that's generally a really bad way to play against roaches. Because, oh my god, massive biles. Because it's such a good defensive composition. So you got to remember, though, that Terrans are usually choosing their build before the game starts. So don't expect them to show respect for the roaches. And if they attack into you, it's actually a treat. All you need is mass roach to defend a big bio attack. And Ling does it. Lings do it as well. But obviously, if you're on roach tech, it's roaches. A lot of people are always asking, oh, he just runs forward into me. So he'd already seen the infestors twice. So for him to run into me like that was not good. But he has tanks set up, which is kind of scary. Now, we saw him doing some stuff. So what are we going to do, guys? We're going to spread out because this is a very scary position. A move, infestors move in behind. Cool. He decided to back off. So we're just going to push him back. Oh, he's got a tank there. He's left one of his tanks out on the map. Okay. And I've got fungal or pathogen glands. So I'm going to make more infestors and more roaches. And let's just keep making this composition while also taking gases. Oh, he sieged some tanks there. Nicely done. Let's get an overseer for high ground vision. Let's clear those rocks like I was saying. I don't really want to be facing those. And just put guys on the gas as well. This base, 830, so we want to drop this down to just about 8 workers in the main. Remember, we do that every game because that just times out. Don't bother looking at the number. These mineral patches will lie. They're almost running out. Okay. Cool. So my opponent's got just very good defense, lots of tanks now. It's going to be hard to break, of course, but let's just see what we can do, okay? If he comes on the map, oh, his marines don't have anything. Oh, look at that. So my infestors are lagging behind. Be always aware of where your infestors are, guys. And check this out. We're just going to move. Fungal. And you want to get a sense for how long that fungal takes to wear off. Oops. So he's doing a drop over here. That's fine. So this can go down here. We can build some more spores. Build some more spores. Okay, cool. And that should go down. Okay, so we want to go do a push. We don't want to take too long. Unfortunately, the opponent's like really turtled up here. But I don't think he'll be able to survive this. Let's go Hive and Spire, because Broodlords, Ultras, all both great units to go with this. And he's just got lots of tanks. My Infestors are a little bit far behind, so this is a perfect situation for Vipers, right? This was a really bad attack from me. I really felt like I needed to trade out. And I was kind of right. Like, it was an important moment for me to trade. But probably the sloppiest way of doing it. It's just, I saw these sensor towers, so I knew he's taking a 4th. So I was like, oh shit. Oh, that's interesting. He's gonna try and chase. Very little respect for the fungal again. And he will lose a few more units because of that. Okay, so we're just gonna remax on roaches now. Cue some injects. My drone count kind of sucks. Let's put those spores out there. And let's see if we can deny this base on the right, shall we? If we can kill that, that would be real nice. So I'm going to make it 4 Ravages just so I can buy all that sensor tower so I can at least open up future attack pods. Alright, let's do it. So, the funny thing is, guys, back in the day, you could actually just do this style so much easier. People macro so crazy now. Like, this guy has made so many bases and stuff. I am just like, I'm actually floored. Oh, shit. Why is his army out there? That's weird. So notice we're running away, because if he attacks into us, that's really bad for his army, right? His army is not good for running into fungal. Fungal in general, and most AoE spells, they have a really big defender's advantage. Gonna keep making Infestors here. We'll try to take a fight there, see what we can do.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
But yeah, he came around and a little bit sloppy on how I took that fight, eh? Okay. So notice, fungal, right on him. And whenever they attack into you, like I said, big defender's advantage with this sort of army. But he's actually got 2-1 upgrades, so we're going to pull back. Roach is not scaling so well anymore. Broodlords will be amazing versus this army, but we're not there yet. So what we're going to do, guys, we're going to make sure we rebuild these queens, but every one of these queens is coming to the front. Except for our creep queen, because respreading creep is what keeps you alive in a game. We're going to rebuild even a few more Infestors. We're still not going to make Vipers, actually, because we're just going to make a few Corruptors. So we're putting those on a separate key, ready to make into Broods when we get there. Now the opponent's going to keep attacking in here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go around, because I think he realizes at this point how powerful run-bys are, or how powerful my fungal is. So we're going to try to go around, give up that base. And this is really impressive play, guys. I'm so impressed by the macro level of people in 2021. You guys used to be at a certain level and you can't get it anymore. That's actually just because everyone's so much better than they used to be. So we're going to just move behind the queens, throw the fungal. Move behind the queens, throw the fungal. Unfortunately, guys, remember, he actually has way more than we would have liked here. And that greatest spy is not done yet. Run. Oh my god. Okay, so we're going to try to defend this base. These guys are doing as much damage as they can. Let's see if they can kill the orbital and then come back. These guys are going to run away. This guy's got me, man. I should be absolutely dead here. I don't think I can survive. Okay, we've got to break the tanks. Okay. So we're just going to have one big Broodlord all in, guys. Broodlords are an amazing transition if you go Roach Infestor, because you force like tanks and stuff like that. Okay, you guys get your long distance mining on. We were mining gas a bit too much, by the way, this game. So we're going to do one big Broodlord all in, straight down the center, okay, guys? We've got a lot of fungal. Got some creep. Are we going to bother rebuilding a hatch? I think we will, just so we have something behind it, because we'll rebuild 2 of these bases. So we will still have something to come back from, but we've got to do big damage, is what I'm saying, right? So the Broodlords are going. I'm going to send 1 Roach to attack that base, okay, guys? I see a Liberator Zone there. We're just going to send 1 there, and we're going to then group up, and we're trying to rally Corruptors. Now, hopefully he doesn't know about the Broodlords yet. And here we go. And check it out, he's got nothing that shoots up. Yep. So look at that, we move behind the Broodlords, fungal. And then behind the Broodlords, fungal. Why am I not going in with my roaches, you might ask, right? Well, the answer is very simple, guys, because he's got tanks. So we decided to just keep the roaches back, and then we were going to come in once the tanks were gone, but I was a little worried. Now, I could have gotten away 90% of the time with moving my roaches there. The reason is unless he target fires, the tank's going to shoot the closest target, which is almost always going to be the broodlings. Now, this guy kicked my ass in most regards. Great play from the start. Amazing macro, and went into mass tank, like just mega macro mode after the start. Now, I messed up my opening really hard. I was like, yeah, we're just going to get gas really early and like make some stuff up and it'll be cool because then we have Infestor Roach and we win. And the other guy's like, I'm doing an efficient build and also harassing, and your opening is trash, pig. And I'm like, yeah, I did let you kill, was it 1 drone, 2 drones? He got 2 drone kills and forced spore tricks, and I built an insanely fast roach run. This build makes no sense. Okay. Guys, if you want to skip link speed and go roaches, you can build the roach warren at like 3 minutes 20 is when you start that, okay? Let's come up with some rules for this build order of how to play Roach Infestor. This was disgusting. Don't. I was like, I could just make it up. Apparently not, guys. Roach Infestor build guidelines. Any standard opening. Let's skip link speed. Okay. So we're going to go 320 Roach Warren into 5 safety roaches instantly when it finishes for safety. Now, what if they do a run by with 4 or 6 Hellions? Well, if we see a lot of Hellions, we can actually build a few more slow Zerglings, and it's just going to be a few extra slowlings if needed, okay? And spread them on top of ramp, etc. So even slow Zerglings are really good as long as you spread them out a little bit. But there's a very narrow window where those Hellions can dive and do some damage. And if we take some damage, it's not the end of the world, okay? So we're going to get 5 safety roaches. And you might be like, isn't that a bit much safety? It's like, well, look, if the opponent's got Hellions and stuff, right? If they don't, this is EVT anyway, Roach Infestor build guidelines. So it's a general rule, but obviously we get bonus points for realizing when we can skip the roaches or delay them, right? We're skipping link speed, which saves us a bunch of money early as well. So any standard opening, don't need gas as early, can deprioritize it, right? Yeah, layer plus extra gases a bit earlier. Infestation pit ASAP, and get out 4 infestors, no pathogen. And then what are we going to do? So basically, I think if we just get that, and then it's like 3 base saturation, massing roaches, 3 base saturation, double evos, massing roaches, right? So we want to get the infestors with unupgraded roaches to start because we're focusing on getting fungal. Then we'll get the double evo. Then we'll kind of mass roaches for a bit, and then add pathogen and more infestors. I think is a kind of nice way to do it. So the infestors are really good as an ambush unit for catching whenever he's stimmed forward with his bio. That's when they're really powerful, right? They're really good. If your opponent's spread out with tanks and bio, infestors are one of the most useless units in the game. So infestors are so good at catching an opponent moving out on the map, right? So what do you need with this style? So for infestors to work versus Terran especially, but kind of versus every race, you have to catch your opponent on the move where fungal can land big hits. It's the same thing with Storm or anything like that, right? If your opponent's all spread out, Storm's not very useful. They've got like a biomine, tank lib spread, whatever it is. Storm doesn't do anything against that. You got to make them clump up. So you want to catch them on the move. Why are we getting some infestors before pathogen? I thought it was blasphemy. It's basically you actually get the fungal energy faster. So if you're just constantly building infestors, it's less efficient. But it's a little faster to get your first fungals up if we just build 3 or 4. Generally speaking, you know what? Actually, we'll do pathogen. You know, actually, because I do prefer that efficiency, especially since with this style, we do want to make a few more infestors. Pathogen glands first, and when it's at, let's say, 40%, complete. Get 4 to 7 infestors. Obviously, you don't have to build all 7 at once. Yeah, let's do it that way. Let's do it that way. So I think it's actually 30%. We'll say 40% just to be safe, right? Because basically, as long as the infestor pops after pathogen finishes, you're good. And infestor builds a fair bit faster than the upgrade. So that's a good way to do it. I think it's a good idea. Let's do it all, Scorpion. So there. I mean, this is basically it. We want to do it with ZVT, Roach, Infestor. It's still a very mid-game style, but we really want to get map control. Versus Mega Turtle, if they're just not moving out at all, right? Mega Turtle tank stuff. What are some things we can do, guys? So rather than going Broodlords, let's try and do it in a bit more of a clever way that uses Spellcasters. And this is new territory for me. Notice I have a note here. In 11 years, I've barely used Neural Parasite. 11 years of StarCraft 2. So I will try to learn it. In these situations where people are turtling, or that Protoss army is getting a bit too scary, I will try to get Burrow Neural, and I will try to land a flanking bunch of infestors, landing Neurals on the tanks, or on the other ones. It's a very good, yeah, especially against mech. Parasite's amazing, right? It's amazing versus mech, especially. And if you can catch, say, they come in from the behind, because they're scanning ahead of their army usually, right? So if you come in from the side or behind, you grab like 4 or 5 tanks and then you engage at the same time, and you drop a fungal on the bio as well. You can just take the most one-sided fights. It's so sick. Don't need gases early. Extra gases earlier. God, it says Big Maple. You don't need first gas. Okay. Chat needs clarifications. Because you're not making ling speed. Because you're skipping ling speed, okay? So you're skipping ling speed. But then you get your extra gases a bit earlier. First gas doesn't need to be early. So there's no point going like hatch gas pool, right? So we can go hatch like pool or something like that, right? Okay, what's another note for that specific last game, by the way? So if your opponent's Reaper comes in early, guys, and it doesn't sit at the front of your base, I would argue the best way against anyone who's built their expansion... Now, I actually was a bit slow moving my Overlord across, so maybe I didn't know this. But if that Reaper comes in, my Lings are all popping out, and he goes towards the main. What's really cool here is if you send at least 2 Lings to his natural, or you can just click all 4, because they usually will not have units ready to defend this SCV. And if you stop that SCV completing, that often supply blocks them, it delays their orbitals, their SCV production, it's huge. So for me in this scenario, since I didn't even realize he was coming up here, that was an issue. We were also playing Eastern US, which is part of why it was really hard to micro a little bit in this game. I had insane lag, apparently. I was like, man, I feel kind of clunky right now. But yeah, the whole point of this Overlord is we should have seen that Reaper coming and had our Lings move up here much faster to defend. So losing 2 drones early and Sporotrox, we put ourselves way behind because of this opening. Can you make getting proper sleep and hydration, buddy, Bronze GM guys, remind people these things make you 100 times better as a player? They make you better at everything. StarCraft is one of the competitive environments that lets you realize when you're performing at 80% rather than 90% though, right? It's, well, I don't mean compared to other competitive environments. I mean compared to things that aren't very competitive. I mean, most very competitive things make you realize when you're off 5 or 10%. Someone's like, nah, you think StarCraft's better for showing that than Olympic fucking running? And I'm like, no, it's all the same. I'm saying competitive things show you that slight difference. Yeah, no, Diamond's very different than it used to be. So the thing is, a lot of people, if you're not attacking them, like their macro is so good. There's a lot of people who are very good at macroing in 2021 if you're not disrupting them. So I think every time I'm surprised by this, and people saying Vibe started struggling in like mid-diamond and going, shit, man, people are like taking a long time to win his games and stuff. It's the fact that people are much better on the macro side of things in the last couple of years, guys. Like way better on the macro side of things. I'd say everyone still struggles to react to things. So if you throw enough chaos at your opponent, people still fall apart. Like they fall apart really badly. So here's an example, guys. Imagine if I didn't have roaches yet, but this is only 2 aliens a Reaper. This is a very late dart buy. He should be going in with 6 aliens at this point. So, simple way, have your queens out front, but you can have a ling there, a ling there, a ling there, a ling there, something like that, or ling, 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 ling. And you don't even need to A-move them or do anything. As the aliens try to run in, they will naturally go down. If you skip ling speed, is it important to eventually get it? Only if you're going to build Zerglings, right? Mana Kerrigan. So if you're swapping back into like Ling Ultra or something, yeah, for sure. But if you do a Broodlord transition, it's actually a nice way with Roach Infestor to finish the game off, because if you force someone into a lot of tanks, you kind of sneakily build 8 Corruptors all at once, 8 Broodlords all at once, and then you just push as hard as possible. Even if they're dropping you, try not to pull home. Try to just use your rally point to eventually clean it up, even if you take crazy economic damage, because if you can get on their production before they get like Vikings and Thors and enough Marines out, you'll do really well. So it's better to get Ling speed eventually, pretty much always. You never know when you need Lings for a quick reinforce. I would say if you have 2/2 Carapace upgrades and range though, you're better off reinforcing with Roaches Proformers, because the Lings are going to do no damage versus +2 armor Marines or anything like that. So I would actually argue that you really don't need it unless you're going to make that transition back into Lings and stuff. It's a little different of a situation. I think it's a good way of doing it, but that's cool. Anyway, I mean, I've had enough of the debate about, you know, is it smurfing, is it not? Sorry, I probably shouldn't get dragged into that. I always do every week, because I've been one of the most vocal people kind of critiquing it in the past, saying, come on, guys, there's better ways to learn than just watching someone play at a lower level. But yeah. I mean, it's not the most offensive form of smurfing. For sure, Sesamato, it's still smurfing. You lose games when you do your placements to get yourself put in bronze, and then you play up from there. Is it the least offensive version of smurfing? Maybe one of the less ones anyway, but it's still smurfing. A lot of people always come in, it's not smurfing, Pig, because it's education. I mean, it's still smurfing, guys. I mean, I'm wrapping it up a little bit as well. I'm doing it to educate, but it is what it is. Let's call a stone a stone. Call a turd a turd. Let's not dress it up. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Like I said, back in my video a few years ago, Vibe kind of changed my mind on smurfing a little bit. Whereas I used to be a very, very vocal critiquer of it, and it's still not my absolute favorite thing in the world, but it is what it is. Now, this was crazy, guys. Look at this push. This is a really, really crisp push timing. 7 minutes, 2 tanks, a whole pack of Marines. My opponent did forget combat shields almost the entire game. This was a really good push, and because my opening was so bad, I didn't have Infestors ready with energy, number 1. Number 2, I don't have enough Roaches to hold this. Now, this sort of push, I should be able to hold with just Roaches. You can't be like, oh, I need Infestors to defend my first stim pressure from my opponent. But I should have had enough Roaches to greet this on the edge of creep and engage it. So this is something that you've got to remember. If you're like, I have 8 Infestors in energy, but you let them get nice siege positions and set up good angles, you're going to make things harder for yourself than you need to, okay? Thankfully for me, my opponent ate a big bile there and then overextended again on the right side. You're going to see he comes back in again. He does the classic stim in. Maybe he didn't notice the Infestors. I know he got a glimpse of them, but maybe he didn't notice it. Oh, I guess the Infestors were just out of scan range there as well. And you see that whenever they run forward, that's where you get big things just presented, right? Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. So that's cool. Not a bad game there, but we realize how important it is to have a clean opening. Even here, my opponent was 42, was 400 MMR below me. Even here in Master, this is a player who's Diamond 1. That's a Diamond 1 MMR player, guys. My opponent's in Diamond 1 MMR, and they massively surprised me. I got to tighten up the ship, because we could easily run into low GM players today, guys. We could easily run into a couple of even mid-GM players if it's struggling to find opponents that are close to me regionally. I'll quickly check my server ping. Guys, remember, if you keep getting bad servers, always check your server ping. See, this says Western US is really bad for me, which means that's why it's giving me US East. And you know what's funny? US East actually didn't have the worst ping. But I find, because I'm using my 5G connection, it tends to have kind of inaccurate ping reads. So I'm gonna swap back to my wired connection, and only if it's dropping on me will I change. Anyways, well, we found a game, guys. We're playing against a Protoss. I did not see the opponent's level. I think I actually forgot to swap the connection over. So even though I plugged in my cord, I might still be playing on the 5G. So remind me at the end of this game if you're in chat to swap the connection over, double check it. No ad for a while. Okay, that's weird. I clicked an ad and then it says 5-minute countdown preparing 3-minute ad. And I'm like, that 3-minute ad was meant to have already played. So I'm hoping my dashboard's just broken and it doesn't play the non-subs an ad during this game. If it does, I apologize. And the opponent was 46, 48 MMR. Thank you, Q. Oh, I really appreciate that. Thank you, mate. All right, guys. So remember, Overlord out front to check for the cannon rush. First Overlord will go down here and then hide on the pillar just to see what's happening at the front of the base. Do we want to send an Overlord into sacrifice? You know what, guys? I've been a big fan of that, haven't I? I've been saying, hey, why not do the nice simple scout? Let's do it that way. Now, we are going to go Ling Speed. This is not the Roach Infestor build because this is a Protoss. So we're going to do a more standard sort of opening. And we're going to try to get that very quick hive for Vipers. Now, remember, I was saying let's go Roach Hydra Viper. Let's keep in mind Scarlet. A bunch of pro players. I know Cats does it at a not quite pro level. They will go Roach Viper, which is actually really cool because Roaches are much more gas cheap. So you're able to balance that, get it like 3-4 Vipers out, start getting energy, and have a good time. Pretty sure I blocked Australian servers. I might need to double check it. Maybe new server IP. Not playing 250. All right, guys, let me double check. Yeah, we're still on the 5G, so let me disconnect from that. We'll swap over our connection to the Netgear one. Well, that's the bloody router I'm using, the Ethernet. We'll go back in game. So if you guys have this issue where you're getting bad servers all the time, make sure you go to this menu and just refresh that. It might have got a bad ping read when you first logged in. So try giving it a refresh. It might show a more accurate one. So check it out. That's a really good ping, well, decent to US West anyway. And this is kind of what my ping should be. Really good Australia, pretty damn good Singapore. It's all pretty accurate. Awesome. So a high chance of me getting chucked on Singapore or Australia if I'm versus someone in Asia. If I'm playing someone in America, hopefully it goes to US West. If I play Central or East, not the end of the world. But this means there's less chances of my opponents going, no, I can't micro read, and leaving the game. Because the thing is, they're not used to it. I'm much more used to playing with lag. I would rather play US West every game personally. For me, it's just more fun because I like having the same ping. I actually get thrown off when I've been playing US West 4 games in a row, and then I get US East. I'm like, oh, now it's laggier. It's the difference from expectation. Or sometimes I go Australia server after playing on US West a bunch, and I go, oh, shit, things are happening before. Like, I'm accidentally canceling orders and giving them too early because I'm subconsciously accounting for the ping, right? So it's the difference and the variation that messes with your muscle memory that can really screw you up. All right, Zerg versus Zerg. Okay, fingers crossed the opponent plays Mutas. So we've got to play really safe Zerg versus Zerg here to try to get to the point where we can use Spellcasters. Now, Roaches supported by Infestors can be pretty nice. You don't want to go too many because it's so gas expensive if your opponent just has enough numbers, and especially if they spread and they don't cop giant fungals. Infestors are like too slow for their cost. To like they get great value, but it's not quick enough to get that value, and you just get overrun. So that's the problem with going Roaches against in a Roach War. It's kind of like, ooh, okay, I can get a couple, but if I get too many of them, they're not going to add that consistent damage that like, something like Lurkers would do. So we're going to go for a hatch first build, and I'm actually thinking maybe I'll show you guys a gasless Warlock. I suck at this, but it's a pretty good way of forcing a nice, safe way to the Roach game. And it is the non-Baneling approach. So I've only taught the Baneling approach to Zerg vs. Zerg so far in this series. And I've always said, look, you can learn the wall-off stage. I do think it's healthier for you as a player to learn the Baneling micro so that you know how to use it defensively as well as offensively, and that you don't let your opponents get away with crazy greed. I find most Zerg vs. Zerg players have like incredibly risky build orders. They have no safety mechanisms. Their micro is really bad. So like for me, I always have that approach of in RTS games, people need to earn their way to a certain stage in the game. If you let someone just build workers for 10 minutes for free without showing that they're good enough to defend that, I'm always like, yeah, I don't think we need to let that person do that. Like, I like to actually kill people, because otherwise it's like it becomes an arms race of greed, and the first cheesy you run into just is getting free wins because you're all taking insane risks, right? Anyways, so it's a hatch gas pool, but I've prioritized minerals a little bit more. We're not going to make Ling Speed here, and that's a pool first, so he might actually also be going for a sort of Roach build, right? So there's going to be a hatch there, just about 20 seconds behind mine, guys. I'll build Sixlings as well, just to counter his Sixlings. You can get away with less, but it's just a little bit safer to do it this way. And that Overlord looks a little exposed, doesn't it? So we'll see if we can kill Loki. Loki's Overlord here. So we're just going to put the Lings on the ramp. And just make sure we get all of them together. And we can't lose that drone. So I got a hit off with the drone and then I sent it back, but my Ling fight started kind of messy. It's okay, we win. Okay, so we'll send the Lings across to scout. Third queen. Let's make... Do we want to make a lair straight away? It's good for scouting. I don't think it's necessary though, so... Probably not. Let's make a spine crawler. So if you guys aren't sure if you're being all in or not, spine crawler could be real nice. Ling speed could kick in pretty soon in this scenario, and because I went inject, I don't know if I can actually wall off. Yeah, so normally in this scenario, you would actually... Okay, we're being all in, guys. So normally you would get your creep tumor down pretty quickly so that you could actually finish the wall off. And you actually don't need this gas. So normally I would go double gas a bit later, but I guess I kind of like the idea of like, oh, I'm totally mining gas. Yes, this is totally a normal situation. Now, the creep is important because it allows you to wall off, like I said. So lots of Lings coming out, or at least a few Lings. So we're gonna wall like that. And yeah, we can put the spine there. And now we're gonna go lair, roach speed. Let's take some more gases. I think he's just trying to get banelings over here. I'm not sure, but we'll see. Still no Ling speed. So I don't know why there was no drones on the natural. Am I being Nidus wormed? Like, what is this? What is going on right now? You guys know my woes in this matchup. My woes in this matchup, man. I'm just full walling for safety. I can tear down that Evo whenever I want to. It's fine. So I have a problem where I try to understand what my opponent's doing. Third command center is on the way now. Okay. There is Ling speed from my opponent, and they did build some Lings. So I think they've just done a bit of an inefficient opening. That's fine. So notice we go full 2 bases of mining. Now I could make extra upgrades there to get the double upgrades. But that's not really going to be my goal. Let's just break my way out. Let's build some roaches, and let's secure a third base. Now do we take this third or this one? I think the one on the right, because it's got a nice choke point leading into it. And I'll build another queen. And we can also... Oh, he just cancelled a hatchery. What the fuck is this? He built a hatch and then he cancelled a hatch. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's happening, guys. This is insanity. Okay, so if your drone's dying, always do that. And we do see a lot of Lings coming. Is this an all-in? Like, what? What is my opponent doing? Welcome to the North American server, guys. Yeah. So we're just gonna take a third and make roaches and then make infestors and hydras, and that'll be that. Okay. Yeah, like nothing makes sense here. I still can't get over the taking the third and then just like canceling it. I'm so confused. I guess we want to make carapace. So if we know it's a roach war, we would make range. But if it's against Lings, we might not want to do that. So I know we dropped a changeling because we saw the overseer had no energy. Let's get pathogen glands, making more roaches. Making lots of extra overlords, so at least I can be flexible, right? We've just killed another overseer. My opponent's obsessing over like, hey, what are you doing? He's now restarted the third and is making roaches and banelings. So my opponent's basically just doing random things haphazardly. Okay, this is good to identify. So now we know not to really read into anything my opponent's doing. We don't want to throw away any more overseers. That would not be good. These Lings over there are kind of triggering me, so we're going to go deal with those. And guys, once that's halfway complete, you can build your infestors. We've got 5 infestors on the way. Is this roaches coming? It is. Okay. So let's be careful because remember, we are being a bit greedy. Okay. So it's trying to run some Lings in. Okay, interesting. Now, in this scenario, all I can do is build roaches. Why? I've already droned the gases here and the 2 drones and gone infestors. So that's 2 greedy advantages I'm going for. So if he doesn't drone his third, me droning my third on minerals right now would be getting an unsafe advantage, okay? That would be me being super greedy. So a good thing you want to check for in ZVZ is if he's not droning, he's building army. So I need to match his army. I've got a gas advantage. I've got a tech advantage in these infestors. They're gathering energy over time. So we don't need to do anything else. We're just building lots of overlords. And look at that. He's droned it. 8 drones, 10 drones. Okay, now I know I can drone my own base. We also want to go back on range upgrades because we know it's not mass-sling muta, where carapace is more important. It's going to be roach upgrades. So the attack upgrades were actually the more important ones all along. That's a real minor point of optimization, but it's one of those things that can help you. A lot of people are like, I've got +2 attack versus Zerglings. And it's like, well, if they don't actually have carapace upgrades, that's completely meaningless. You just don't need it. So anyway, guys, we've got a good number of infestors. We're going to build 2 more, and I'd like to go push for a fight. We're going to drop a changeling here. Remember, what do we go? Move there. We've queued up to drop it and move back. That's one of my favorite moves. So he's just got a 5th gas, my opponent. All right, so let's go take some fights, shall we? So one of the most important things is going to be to see what's happening. We'll make overlord speed. We'll make an overseer on our key. Spread a few overlords around the map. Let's get rid of that guy. I think I saw a changeling on the right as well. And, oh, he's coming to me. Okay. More roaches in production. Let's look for it, guys. Okay. And remember, we're going to try and spread a little bit if we can, but most importantly, infestors up with the army. Oh, and move the infestors behind the front line. Only focus on the infestors. Let myself bile. Only focus on the infestors and keep them fungled so they can't run. Fungal, fungal. Fungal, fungal. Oh, and all we're doing, yes, we ate biles, but we just focused on the infestors. And we got to see the dream scenario. Opponents scouted the infestors, still headbutted into them. And that was obviously a perfect scenario for me to land some Omega Fungals. Oh, look at that. We're in a concave now, so pull back. And remember, if your opponent chases you, you can bait them. They'll clump up as they chase you. And that's where Fungal's good. So if we pull back, and that's... Oh, my opponent did a really good spread there. Really well done. Pull back, pull back. And you notice, as he clumps forward, that's when I did the fungal, and we got the big hits. And now we've got numbers, so let's just move forward. Our infestors, we've clicked them home. They're all out of energy. It's just a roach battle now. Opponent's doing really good. Let's run away. My +2 is not quite done. So this was a bad time to push with my roaches. I should have waited for the upgrades. Inject, inject, inject. We've got a 4th. And all my infestors are just useless, right? For a little while. So it's really important when they're low on energy or they're empty, just click them home. All right. People are complaining about the speed I'm doing it at. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? I want to show you guys the best example. We're playing in Masters League, so are there any Masters League players who think I'm doing this too fast for Masters League? Let me know. Is it... Because there's always people in, like, bronze watching and stuff who are like, yeah, it's too fast, I can't do that. And I'm like, well, I'm playing against Masters players here. It's going to be hard to... don't get me wrong. Am I doing it better than a lot of people would? Yeah. Pull back, pull back, pull back. Wait for him to clump, wait for him to clump. And then turn and fight. No, good spread. Look at my opponent. Look at the way they're controlling the high ground. Let's make a lurker den just in case, shall we? But we really do want to land this. Okay, so more roaches. We've got to max out on roaches. This is essentially a roach battle. The infestors are support. So remember... Okay, let's try and follow... We're going to just get an overlord to just follow those guys. Oh, so my opponent's doing a split. So we're going to send some of our roaches. Alt... onto number 7 with those guys to deal with that. And we're going to wait on the high ground for them. And my opponent's going to try and distract me with this army at the same time. Oh. And now I'm going to turn these guys into a bit of a backstab against my opponent. Let's see if I can push over here at the same time. Oh, they're going to run back. Okay, these guys are going to go across, and then these guys are going to pull back. So I've just sent these guys in. We're going to kill the roach horn and then just A-move. And we're not going to do any more micro on that. And he's actually running home. Okay, I thought I had to run home to stop him base trading me. All right, we might be able to catch him in the open. Because if we can get a big concave, that's the dream, right? Big biles. Big biles are going to land on me. Ooh, but then when I pull back, look at the fungals I get when I pull back, guys. Oh my god. Now he's got a lot of ravages, which gives him a range advantage though. So I gotta be careful here. Try to move through those biles if possible. I did kill my opponent's roach horn though, so I might be able to win with the remax. Ooh, I've missed a lot of injects, guys. Queue up the injects, queue up the injects.
Field depleted.
Now remember, his Roach Warren died. Hopefully he was a little slow to rebuild that. So let's just put some changelings everywhere. Remember, I have a 4th, he doesn't, so I'm kind of ahead economically. Ravages would really add to this right now, especially since my Infestors just need to go home and gather energy for a while, right? So we've got a Hive, let's get Lurker upgrades. That would be a good thing to add. And also, Ravages would deny my opponent's vision, so there'd be more chances of us actually like getting forward and catching my opponent off guard and stuff like that, right? So anyway, we're going to put a few more Overlords on the map. We're just going to click one on some of his Roaches, and all I'm looking for is Overlords right now. Oh, so we killed a Ravager. You can target your opponent's Ravages, that's always really nice. All I'm doing is just massing Roaches. I think my army's maybe a little bigger. It's really hard to say. Let's just start +3 attack. Now, obviously, Viper's become a much better unit in the later stages. Let's just try to move in. And notice how I'm just kind of peppering some Biles across. I'm trying to get him to attack into the concave. So there we go. We just backing off. Don't want to take an overeager fight. Let's maybe leave some Roaches there. As we're running home now. Ooh, he's pulling back. So, okay, let's go left. So we want to go left. Do we have Fungal? We've got Fungal, so I'm going to just tell my Infestors to follow a Ravager. Pull back, pull back. So, check this out. Oh. So we just dropped 4 of those. Oh! Pull back, pull back, pull back. These guys are just going to A-move, okay? Oh, he's got too many. Just click him in his main base. Lead him on a chase, at least. Oh, not going to be able to do it. All right, let's try and set up here. More Roaches. We're trying to win with Roaches right now. Lurkers would make our life a lot easier, guys. Ooh, big Roach run by, how many is that? Like about 12? Okay. So you want to send a few more so you don't have to micro it. So we'll go send some guys there. And we lose the base, but it's not the end of the world. My opponent's done a really good job here of just like avoiding taking the bad fights and... Oh, let's get the ramp. Okay, pull back, dodge the Biles if we can. But look, he can't attack up this ramp. So we're gonna kill that hatch and then pull out. These guys just A-moved same time. Now I'm gonna get out of here. Make sure I don't get surrounded, guys. Oh, he's got Hydras. I better make some Lurkers. Let's just use hold position. Now, what does hold position do? They're just gonna shoot whatever's in range, which is drones, right? Without actually focus firing. And because his army's over there, I think we can push in. Yeah. Oh, Lurkers. Okay. So notice we're trying to take these Overlords out. Oh shit, where did that come from? Oh no. Alright, we're just gonna run back here and try to stabilize. Alright, so at this point, one of the things you can do is definitely build kind of extra hatches, but also extra spines, just for that sort of thing. And my drone count's like not that high, right? So anyway, do we have Hydras out now? Apparently not. I don't know how that's happening. And at this point, you probably want to just throw your Infestors away and swap Vipers, right? Because they're just the better late game unit. Oh, he's got Burrow! Oh, big boy. And now we're on the defense. Oh no, we might actually lose. Look at how good people are these days, man. It's actually wild. Actually wild. Okay. So we're just gonna try to see what's up. Oh, Lurker in the open. Okay, my army's still a lot bigger. So let's just try to get these Hydras morphing. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take Roaches, send those across the map, and they're gonna have an Overseer with them. So they're gonna go this way. And then my other guys are we're still gonna see if we can use Fungal to just kind of catch him out of position a little bit. Okay, where's his army at? Yeah, so if we could just catch him, my Infestors are a bit far behind. That's why I'm not throwing Fungals right now, because I kind of knew that. Okay, these guys can go in. So focus on the front. Ooh, we're catching a lot of units on the retreat here. Try to control click those Lurkers, burrow them. Okay, pull back a little bit. Make sure my lurkers are coming in with this. Burrow. And, oh, he's got lurkers too. So let's quickly try to reveal his lurkers. Because it looks like I've lost my overseers here, guys. Do I have one there? Yes, I do. Got an overseer here. So we're going to try to crack these lurkers because I think I just have the numbers. Wow! This guy played so good. It's insane how good everyone's macro is, man. I feel like everyone, honestly, like the big skill differentiator is if you don't harass your opponent, like there are people in Masters, mid Diamond, High Diamond who have such good ability to play late game and high compositions. It's fascinating because for most of StarCraft's history, people used to just basically be more and more early game focused. The lower they were on the ladder and the higher they were on the ladder, it was really different. You'd be like, oh, they're better at the later game, right? And it's kind of shifted now where everyone can kind of, if you don't mess them up early, they're kind of able to play pretty good compositions. Their macro is insane. So that's like really impressive. I think this player is actually GM on another account. Oh, really? Are you sure? I mean, I played Infestors, which is kind of troll, right? Infestors are not the most efficient way of doing it. Only a couple hundred MMR below GM, so fair enough. That does make sense. But yeah, Infestors are kind of interesting, guys. Yeah, people want to play like their idols, so they get better at late game. Yeah, Serral, Raynor, Clem, these guys have definitely had a big influence. I agree with that. So I think what we saw in that game was a lot of the defensive advantage of the Infestors, but how they're very slow to refill on energy, right? Vipers at least can consume energy off buildings, right? But the Infestors, they're slow to refill, and they're also just hard. It's hard to attack, because if my opponent was really good at spreading their roaches out, I couldn't get the big fungal. It was always go in, and if I could catch my opponent on the move, that's where I got those big money fungals. If I caught him moving up a ramp before spreading out, big fungals, right? So and there was lots of times I'd go in and then pull back, just hoping my opponent would let his units chase, because every second they chase, they would go from like more of a line to more of a ball, and I'd be like, that's where I want to get the fungal, and then start the fight again. So there was a lot of back and forwards there trying to bait that. Because my opponent was countering around it, I didn't get to show the, okay, I'll pull back, heal clump, throw the fungal, easy. My opponent was reacting quite well to my micro in that game, and that's what made it really tough. Messing with the plan is very effective because there's so much to focus on in StarCraft 2. Absolutely, absolutely. The fungals don't seem that impactful against Roach Ravager. They're not. The Infestor fungal is an amazing tool against Zerglings, Banelings, Mutas. Why? Because they're weak units, right? They're weak mobile units, holding them down, and 30 damage is much more impactful because they got a lower hit point pool, right? So that's huge against all those units. It's great against Marines, pretty good versus Marauders. If you can catch tanks like not sieged, it just, they can't spread out then and stuff because they're all fungal. Like, it can be really effective, right? Small units also bunch together more, so you can hit more of them. That's absolutely correct. And it does help in those fights, but against the Roach Ravager. But yeah, it's nowhere near as impactful because it's a smaller percentage of their hit point pool. It's not as good. So would I normally say play Roach Infestor versus a Roach player? No, I wouldn't. I was purely doing that because we're trying to get as many repetitions with the Infestors, kind of show that they can work in different situations, right? That's kind of what we're trying to do here. So I think that was a really cool game because we got to see them definitely like locking my opponent in kind of bad angles, adding some damage, but obviously I think Lurkers are just the better unit there. You could argue even just Hydras because they add great firepower from the back line. Are pretty damn good. Is Fungal the only spell that can miss like this? Disruptor shots, Storm, EMP, all can completely miss. Yeah. Yeah, remember we're just trying to build muscle memory for remember, they're not Infestors, they're Fungalers. However, if the game goes on, we will think of them as Neuroparasiters. Now, I was never going to do that versus Lurkers. That seems silly. Zergs should have Overseers always. But against Terran, or potentially even Protoss, we will try to do that if we're doing Infestors. Of course, against Protoss, we want to kind of rush towards Vipers as much as possible. But this one's going to be a Zerg versus Terran. This is, like I said, the dream scenario. Let's do a proper opening this time around. So we don't care about link speed too much at the start. We'll still get gas, but we're not really going to use it. First Overlord goes to the front and then goes to the pillar to hide. I think I'll do the double Overlords so one can scout as well. We'll do that like, you know, really generic scouting kind of thing. Oh, actually, maybe not, because I could get proxy barracks. Good luck, have fun. Thank you, Arai, for the 25-month resub. How you doing, mate? Thank you, Analysis, for the 21 months. 20 months, baby. Months or years, then we could go drinking together. 3 months ago if you're in Australia, dude. 7 months ago if you're in, like, Italy and stuff. So we're gonna go for a 16 hatch here, guys. Sent that down a few seconds early, not the end of the world. Oh shit, Arai gifting us up, thank you. Malvex with a big old read, Cataday with the 9 months. Damn, Arai, thank you for the generosity. Welcome to the pigsty. To Feathers, who just got a gifted sub from Arai. So because we don't need the first gas as fast, because we're not going Ling speed, we're skipping Ling speed entirely, just to try to get the Infestors out in the Zerg vs Terran build here. We can drop it just after the... I mean, we've got 16 on minerals, so we might as well just start mining, because we've got nowhere else to mine from super efficiently. And see how it goes. Someone's saying Winter had this name. I don't think Winter plays at this time. I think he's normally on a bit later, guys. Also seems a little low for his MMR, right? Red Wings fan, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the sub. Thanks for watching. Guys, remember to also ask questions. So, I am so natural with Spellcasters. I want you guys to ask lots of questions. I'll make sure I open this replay up while we chat and answer those questions. So, I'm going to rewind this replay and kind of see what's happened in this game. We'll build 4 Lings. Click them on the SCV. We just saw a Reaper coming out, by the way. We see a command center. And we're just going to check. Is there an add-on? There isn't. So that means there'll be a Marine soon. And a factory comes down at a real nice time. Let's actually see if we can get to that third. We're a little slow to get over there. But we'll see. Now remember, if he jumps in the main... Oh, hello. So if he goes there, remember what I said in that previous game? If they ever try to really block your third, you can just go across the map. We'll just attack him with 2. And this is going to make it really hard because he's got a micro away from those 2 Zerglings. And I don't even care if they die. Oh my god, that's a 1 drone surround! All I did was A move there. Wow, I'm lucky. Ah, we didn't make the decision to go across the map fast enough. So if we did that just a little bit faster, it's also a very big map, which is why that was hard. Some of you might be like, oh, that's BM saying I'm lucky, but I don't think so. I think it's the opposite. Ooh, I didn't actually see what those buildings were, but that's okay. Inject, creep. Drones. And about 320, I said I wanted to build roaches. The important thing is you want to spend pretty much all of that first lava inject, and then we can build the roach horn. You can build it as a bit of a semi-wall. Okay, you can go out there. You can go out there. I don't know if there's Hellions or not, or what's going on. It is what it is. Overlord on the edge. Overlord on the edge. We're just going to be droning up here. Ooh, okay, guys, we just saw, you guys, let's build 8 Zerglings. They're slow Zerglings, they're not very good Zerglings, but we'll build them. Now we want to go lair. We want to get these gases up. And let's just pull back, make sure he can't get in here. Yeah. Okay, now with the Zerglings, I think we're fine. And so notice we're just building the drones, rallying them directly, just to make sure everything's saturated. And now we can rally to the third. So it's a bit later than with a Zergling build because we're obviously more gas focused. So these Zerglings are going to try and stop what's up. I'm going to build some roaches, which are going to replace these Lings. These Lings are just here in case he ever runs in. So they're just naturally spread out. I'm never going to touch those again, okay? And we're going to build 1 more queen. Oh. Lots of overlords. And the roaches can be here as well. You guys can go there. You can go there. Okay, so the queens can stay on the left. Actually, they'll need to respread that. That's fine. So let's drone up my third. Let's get the infestation because we want to get that pathogen glands. Accidentally attack my own queen because I'm a noob. Alright, we'll just A-move the roaches wherever that is. Let's get roach speed. Let's get carapace. Inject, build some drones. Inject, build more drones. What are we missing, guys? Overseer Scout. I didn't actually check for a third command center. So, and we're droning full. Oh, I didn't stop that one from attacking. Oh, okay. We're subbing the queens out. Healthy queen comes to the front. That was a mistake, of course. Alright, going for full 3 drones without checking that my opponent has a third CC. This is really greedy. So we're getting pathogen glands, overlords. We're going to start just pumping roaches in a sec, okay? We're building lots of overlords first. We can build a second Evo. Just to make sure that's all good. And I think we're okay. Caught that barely in time, guys. I forgot spores this game, guys. I did forget spores. And that's a lot of production. Looks like a big bio setup. Oh, shit. Yeah, this is why you scout, guys. We're going to have to expand to the left. We're going to lose a game. There's no way. If he just pushes in decisively, which he does. Did I not click those away? Are you serious? Oh, my God. I could have sworn I clicked those away, guys. And he just killed my roach horn in like 2 seconds. Now, he doesn't have much healing. So that is like the one weakness. We're just going to have to do fancy micro. Pulling back on both sides. Run away. Okay, we will survive. And he is on 2 base. This is like basically an all-in, remember? So all we're doing is droning. And I'll make some infestors actually, because the infestors are a really good resource for defending future attacks, okay? So we'll try to make like 4 or 5 infestors here with pathogen glands. But yeah, I was playing as if it was a 3-base style. But I forgot to do the Overseer Scout, so because of that, we obviously just put ourselves in a really hard position. We don't have roach speed because of that. So let's just take this fight, 1 more Infestor, and then nothing but drones after that, okay?
Our forces are under attack.
Okay. Only got 2 mineral lines. We're going to rally to the 3rd. And if we can fungal these guys, they can't run. Let's watch this. You can pick up though. I didn't have the chain. Bit lazy. So I just showed my fungal. We're now resaturating the gases there. Resaturating this gas. Main base gas still mining. Okay. We're going to try and make upgrades. We've got 5 infestors gathering energy, guys. That's it. Okay, those infestors, we're going to have to use kind of sparingly, all right? Because otherwise, we could get rolled. So he's pushing me now. We've got to get out there. Because we've got to be able to intercept this army and fight it, wherever it is, okay?
Mineral field depleted. Metamorphosis complete. Mineral field depleted.
So notice we're trying to just slow down his advance, because remember, this army is all about catching your opponent on the move. It's not about slowly and methodically engaging into a sieged up army. It's about killing a guy who hasn't sieged up. So what we're going to do is we're going to send 1 little run by around. I don't know if he's still 2 base or 3 base or what. We're just going to give up the watchtower now because we've already bought a lot of time, right? A few more infestors. Some more roaches. Does he have the 4th? He does not. More roaches. So we're going to give up this base as well, guys. So notice, we're realizing we can't fight this front on. He's now really cautious, so we've kind of forced the response out of him. All we're going to do now is try to bait him into getting over aggressive with his bio. So if we commit to a big attack, guess what? Much bigger chance of him headbutting into us, okay? So we're going to try and run up. 1-2. 1-2 upgrade's almost finished. Not quite. He's realizing now what's happening. So let's try and go there. So we're going to split some roaches into the base here. But these guys...
Our forces are under attack. Complete. Our drones are under attack.
So notice those guys are on top. We've got roaches there. I told you guys he was going to now headbutt, right? Because now he knows, oh shit, I'm taking damage at home. So what does Terran do? Whenever you put them in this scenario, they headbutt. So notice fungal. So this army would have been so hard to stop, but we baited him into charging onto creep with it. And fungal looks really good when he charges. If I attacked into him when he sieged, when he spread, it wouldn't have worked. But we realized that we were pinned back there. We were in a bad position because we forgot to overseer scout that game because it's a new build order, right? I've just made this build order up today. And we realized what was wrong with it in the first game. I wrote down a few notes. And we forgot one key detail, which is infestation pit. Remember, what do I always say? If you're going a fast lair build, when you drop your tech structure, also make an overseer and queue it to scout. The fact that I didn't do that meant I was in a very bad position. Micro Jackson did a really nice push. And remember, I scouted earlier, but I didn't quite click on the structures. And I was like, I don't know if I was a barracks or it was just factory starport. I had no idea what I was up against. If I at least knew it was a second barracks, we might have realized what we're up against. So if we'd scouted... Remember, infestation pit, 24 seconds, done. So we could already be scouting with an overseer. At the very least, see mass marine. So this overseer was just a bit late, right? And it was a pretty crisp push from him. And we just kind of weren't really paying attention, going way too greedy. 65 drones blind is insane. You've got to be building units before that. How many units do I have, guys? 4 roaches? I mean, come on. That is just ridiculous greed from me. Double Evo. Infestation pet upgrades, full 3 base saturation, without confirming what your opponent's tech is. Buddy. And when I came in and saw no 3rd CC, I knew I had goofed so damn hard. I was like, dude, if I even just had a little bit of extra warning here, that would have helped so much. But yeah, this is a really powerful attack, and you just need roaches. You just gotta make roaches. I didn't run the drones properly. I thought I clicked them all the way up here, and I clicked them to there, and they all died. And that made this much worse. It made my recovery much harder. I just clicked them to here, guys. How lazy was that? I could have got at least 5 or 6 drones out, if not 7 or 8. We had to do really fancy micro. Look at this, by the way. Roach speed died with like 3 seconds left. Oh my god. Now, why did we put the roach warren in the wall? Normally, I wouldn't do it. I would not do it. I just wouldn't. But in this scenario, we're skipping Ling speed. I wanted to make it harder for Hellions to run in. I'm like, yeah, Roach Warren, and I might as well, if I see Hellions, I'll put an Evo. So then Queens can block the choke, you know, make it a bit easier for myself. So what I had to do here is basically, most things pull this way, most things pull that way, and I just needed to bait out enough stims and kill the Hellbats. That the Marines were damaged and didn't have the Hellbat buffer, and then we could fight. So you can see another stim's about to run out here. The Hellbats are gone. And I've got enough roaches out, so it's that combination of factors. But we're at 28 drones versus 42. It's a disaster of a situation. And first instinct, nothing but drones. Don't put on gas, right? Whenever you take damage, you don't need gas. In this scenario, even more so than normal, because, well, obviously I was banking gas for my bloody cheeky quick infestors, which I'm rushing to, right? So even more than usual in this case. But then I said, you know what? Infestors are kind of like their own resource. The longer they have to gather energy, the better, right? So I built the infestors, five infestors, and then went back to droning. And it was just try to recover the minerals, get up to 2.5 bases, then start filtering back on gas, try to defend. So I showed this infestor too early. This gives away what I'm doing, number 1. Number 2, doesn't actually kill many Marines, because I don't have roach speed. If I had roach speed, I would have got on top a bit quicker and killed a few more. But all those Marines escaping with red hit points, kind of rough. So what's really good is if you hide what you're doing, it's even better, right? Because my opponent has got pretty quick 5 racks. He's added tech labs for more Marauders. 3rd CC is pretty late. It's going to be another really big, somewhat committed push. I'm actually back in the lead on the workers, right? So it would be really good if I hadn't shown the infestors and I like wait here with my infestors, my roaches back here, and wait for him to run up, and I just purposefully don't show any units. Because if I don't show, there's a good chance he's like, yeah, okay, I'll run in. And then I could have maybe killed this whole army, right? Instead, quick reaction from my opponent, dodges that first money fungal, I chain it, so I do some good damage to the medevacs, the marines, but there's lots of medevacs for healing. So you see, it's kind of hard to actually kill units with just fungal if you're not also engaging as well. Terran made only 8 workers in 3 minutes after the attacks, 5-star rookie points out. Yeah, my opponent was very kind of timing attack focused, right? Good execution on the micro, good timing attacks, but definitely a bit of a problem. Does fungal slow attack speed? It does not, only movement speed. But a lot of the time units need to kind of move to get in range, so it effectively lowers damage output in a lot of scenarios. I felt that was kind of worth it just because the medevacs were so clumped, it was too juicy, you know, and then I was like, okay, cool, let's start doing little roach run buys, but you know, good rally at home. That was not effective for me. I got a Marauder for like 4 roaches. And then I'm like, look how patient he's being. Like here at first, I was waiting for him to just move forward a bit too impatiently, eat a fungal. But look how patient my opponent was. And I was like, well, if I fight there, it's just going to be bad, right? He's got perfect siege up. I have to just send the roaches across. And that can try to bait my opponent into being impatient, essentially. So that worked out really, really well for me. The old... I can't win a front-on fight, so send my army around, and then this is going to enable my infestors to be super powerful. If you try to stim in to engage in that base trade, I've already got the jump on you, didn't get either depot up, huge disaster for my opponent. These units should have pulled here, and he should have pulled the SCVs to fight in this choke point, and he would have killed a lot of roaches there, because he's got a good little damage output squad there. Wouldn't have necessarily won the game, but yeah. And you'll notice I kept looking back here. I was waiting for it. And I was looking at my minimap. I was like, he's going to come forward. Because this is what Terran... He's like, shit, I'm going to lose all my economy. I need to do damage to the Zerg. And he actually even focus fires an Infestor. There's a reason this guy's called Micro Jackson. Siege Fiend says, how do you counter this as Terran? I mean, he had the game won. It's not how... I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's just like... It's like, how do you counter? It's like, how do you not get completely tricked and bamboozled? I mean, he could have scanned my army a little bit more. He could have actually just pushed forward with like a few Marines in a medevac. He could have pushed in a little faster, right? Or he could have had some spotting units out ready, right? He could have said, okay, if I'm going to be really slow and methodical and take a 4th, I'm not really focusing on killing the Zerg with this push. We're trying to do damage, but we don't need to. Put a few spotting units out. If he just gets a few spotting units out, he's fine. He could just pull his units back, siege the tank here, or on the high ground even, raise the walls, pull his SCVs from the 3rd if he has to, lift it. That's not a big deal. As his army was so much better than mine. It was only when he attacked into the fungals over here and his army kind of, you know, he's tried to do some good spreads, but then eventually this is always going to happen, isn't it? And all that energy we built up really came in huge. Yeah. GG's. Pretty well played by my opponent, but you can see it was a very strong micro focus from the opponent. Did take a 4th behind it, but didn't have a great SCV count. So it was a good game there. Let's remember to scout with our Overseer very quickly and just be a little wary. I think it's really lazy to just assume a Terran's going for a 3rd command center, right? Very lazy of me. So if I even had like a few Ravages, 6 more roaches ready when he first pushes, I would have been able to like pick off Marines, pull back, kill a Marine, kind of like kite back those Marines a lot better. Any reason I didn't use Ravages? I had no gas. Yeah. I'm spending it all on Infestors, and Fungal's the more important thing there. So you can only afford so much. Ravages, they're good for taking out siege tanks, but with this style, you notice just the Fungal is the main focus here. It's like, am I doing super fancy Infestor micro? Yes. But most of the time, when I do commit to a big fight, it's just move my main army and focus on the Infestors. You can't have 2 of the same names? Yes, you can, guys. StarCraft 2, you can have unlimited people of the same. It's only older games where you can't have 2 of the same. I got a bit of an MMR advantage, so we'll see how it goes. So I'm not very comfortable with gasless builds, guys, but I don't mind them. Even if I break my hands, I will beat you. Kuna Matata. Kuna Matata. Did I spell Matata right? I can't remember. Is it M-A-T-A-T? I don't know, man. Kuna Matata. For the rest of our days, it's our trouble-free. Philosophy. Zombie grub! Zombie grub! Zombie grub! Zombie grub! Are you jet lagged? How's the jet lag going, zombie grub? Thank you very much for the big old 49-month resub. How's the flight home? Do you have to wear a mask for the entire flight? Is that how it works these days? It does, right? I'm so fascinated by what air travel is like. The idea of even leaving my apartment is mythical at this point. Yeah, you gotta wear a mask the entire flight. I mean, it's not as bad as an Australian flight, but yeah, I imagine a flight from Australia to the rest of the world, I would get a little annoyed by that at some point. I guess I'd bring a few different masks because like they'd start to like smell and shit from my breath, I think. But it's when you're on planes for like 24 hours, man. Oof. That's still mythical though. Still mythical. We did a 17 hatch. It was just an accident. The difference with the 17 is it's kind of nice because you keep 16 on minerals, but it's worse because it's not going to be done fast enough to start both my queens at the same time. So it's a little bit, it also means that you want the supply from this hatchery, allows you to build this overlord a bit later. It's just better to go 16 hatch. I was just reading chat there and saying hey to zombie grub, so I just kind of lost focus for a second. Now my opponent's actually gone pool first, but I didn't see any lings come out. I'm not sure if that's just because I wasn't watching or not. Just gonna, you see any lings coming in? No? Cool. All right, so guys, like I said, we're gonna try and do gasless into Roach Infestor. Hopefully the opponent goes mutas, because that's the dream for us. Oh, you hit them! You hit them, you cheeky Zerg player! Oh! Naughty, naughty! Yeah. So I'm gonna pull both queens to the front. Everything's back down there. Okay. Third base. Yeah, it looks like a pretty standard Ling Bane opening. Could be roaches, could be anything from here. Just build another overlord just in case, and that should be all good. If you build the Roach Warren nice and early, it does make it a bit easier for you to defend, and yeah, that's the thing. I'll just send one Ling across there, one slow Ling there, because Lings aren't the most useful unit defensively. Put a Creep Tumor out front the wall. You don't want to block your wall with the Creep Tumor, because remember, if Lings flood out, that's kind of how we defend our base. We'll make a lair there. We don't really want to interrupt our... Oh, hello. Hello. I didn't see how many Lings that was, guys. I don't know if it was just the beginning ones or more than that. Can we get creep there, please? That's quite a few Lings. I think we're gonna... Is that... Oh my god. Is that a full wall? Jesus Christ, I'm so uncomfortable with this. I think it was the same Lings. Okay, I think it was the same Lings. That's okay then. Overlord's pulling back. Is it though? No, there's quite a lot of Lings from my opponent. My opponent made a massive Zerglings and forgot to make Ling speed or something. Oh, it's a slow Zergling all in. Okay. Cool.
Our forces are under attack.
Guys, welcome to North American Ladder, where people have no idea how to play StarCraft. They literally, I'm pretty sure most of them don't know what the units are called. I'm gonna finish droning up this base. We're making Carapace first. I want to get Infestors out, but I think it's more important to just get upgrades right now to survive this. Oh, what is this? I don't know. I think it's going to be mutas, which I kind of said, you know, hey, I'm hoping it's mutas this game. But this is the most baffling thing I've seen in a while. Actually, let's cancel that. We need to get a third base. We got to break out of here. Okay. So we're gonna get a third there, fourth over there in a little bit. We can put these guys on that. Extra overlords and a few extra drones here because we are gonna need to do that. Overseer's gonna come around the backside and check what the tech is. And let's go for that third base. Okay. Opponent's like, I have 400 Zerglings, you fool. I'm like, yeah, I kind of know. I don't understand what you're doing. But it is definitely a Chad move. It is. Oh, here we go. It is just mass upgraded Zerglings? Unupgraded Zerglings. Okay. I'm so confused right now. Hold position, drones, baby. Hold position, drones. Hold position, drones, baby. And I've got carapace roaches. My opponent's like, why are these roaches not fucking dying, dude? And I'm like, carapace. So my opponent's just massing Zerglings. There's nothing else going for him, guys. So what's a good way to defend against that? Well, basically, you just make sure you don't die. How do you make sure you don't die, pig? Well, there's a few ways. One is this. We're making a baneling nest. Welcome to Dicktown. So my opponent's on about 25 drones, I believe, guys. I'm not 100% sure on that, but that would be my guess. We're going to try and get those infestors out now because they counter mutas, they counter everything. Obviously, if we get some upgrades, that would be awesome too. And actually, some lings would be real nice, wouldn't it? Okay. So, let's get +2 carapace. This can try to see if there's a budget muta transition on the way. We're just, I mean, the best thing to do here is just kill the opponent, guys. We're not going to bother with the infestors. It's too dumb. That's playing with your food. If your opponent has only Zerglings, something that's countered by like a unit this hard, then you want to take care of it. There's no reason not to. Yeah. Oh, he's going all in with roaches. Okay. Okay.
Drones are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
It's an interesting style. I'll say that. My opponent still has like no money or anything. We're up to 56 drones. I think the opponent has literally no money. Yeah, let's just kill him. Guys, rewind game. What drone count do you all think my opponent has? What drone count does everyone think? Type in the chat right now. And I'm not going to say it. You guys have to guess first, because too many people just go off my guess. Too many people go off my guess. Thank you for the love, everybody. Shy Guy before Zombie Grub. O'Reilly with 100 biddy. Red Wings fan. All right, a lot of 25s, 30s, 40. I think my opponent was on. I think by the end of the game, I think they did drone up. I'm gonna say 29 drones. Let's check. I have no idea. Remember, I don't.
Thanks for the
know.
Bezos box.
Let's just take a quick look-see. Oh, hello. We don't need to do that. Oh, you're kidding me! Game sense. That's thousands of games of StarCraft right there. That's thousands of games of StarCraft, fam. Yeah. 29. 14 in the main, 12 in the natural, 1 gas all game long. No upgrades. A lot of you guys were close. Well done. A lot of people were close. Do you mind changing the color to blue and red? Current is harder for color challenged folk. Huh? Oh, because it's green? Yeah, for sure. I thought I normally do that, but maybe just on this account I never bothered to. Where's color? Color. Your color will be blue, I guess. Enemy red.
Metamorphosis. The hive cluster is under attack.
That's better for you guys, right? Blue versus red. I do surprise myself when I get it that right. When I get it that accurate. You're like, oh, that's not enough drones for roaches. You need 2 gas. What's hilarious? No, my opponent didn't even have roach speed. So anyway, my opponent's build is what we would call utter nonsense. I don't know why there's a lair making. Like, what is... Wait. So did they make roach speed? What was the lair about? So this player... Were they 29 drones from the start? Because the thing is, they showed Zerglings. That was probably the funniest bit. So they droned to 29, but they already showed Zerglings there, and then they ran past Overlords with Zerglings. They already showed me they had more Zerglings than they should. And then they were rallying Zerglings actually past Overlord as well, which, I mean, I pulled my Overlords back, and then I saw more Zerglings there. I mean, this is a terrible job of hiding what appears to be a completely drunk plan. And then they built 80 Zerglings off that. This can work really well, actually. So I think it's much better if you get a melee upgrade. And you guys know I do a lot of mass Ling YOLOs. And the thing is, it's much better if the opponent takes a third and kind of spreads out and drones really hard. And it kind of relies on you denying scouting. So even the Lings up here is the dumbest troll shit I've ever seen. I'm sorry, Xdace. Cute idea. Why are they here? You know, some people will actually poke an Overlord in to see what's producing, right? That's like a pretty common thing in Zerg vs. Zerg, is an Overlord poking into like here. And they're going to be like, oh, you have 400 Zerglings in your main? All this does is potentially gives the information away. Hide them in the back, dude. And remember, I went Carapace first. Because I saw so many Zerglings. Carapace makes you really tanky. Now, technically in this scenario, why wouldn't you go range, Pig? People always ask that, like, isn't range better versus Zerglings? Technically, yes. But that's only if he doesn't go Carapace. In this scenario where they're doing a delayed mass Zergling attack, they very well may have gone Carapace. And Carapace on Zerglings, 1, completely cancels out the range upgrade on the Roaches. And that's only for that upgrade. Just the way the Zergling hit points works, because normally a Roach can 3-shot Zergling, you got +1, it goes to 2-shotting, but the +1 Carapace is just enough to keep it at 3 shots, which means your +1 attack does nothing if they've got +1 Carapace. Whereas +1 Carapace on Roaches is always going to reliably fuck up the damage output of the Zerglings. Now, funnily enough, it wasn't actually done in time, but yeah. Notice I just ran the drones, held position them, got my Roaches in choke points, and what was a very scary looking attack, killed a few drones.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
But at the end of the day, I was up in workers and I had a much better army. And all you got to do is lock yourself down versus future attacks. Now, I wasn't expecting more Zerglings after that. Probably could have killed my third if they were just rallied across the map. But is now like, oh, now I'm droning. Ha ha ha. And because I used this Overlord to Overseer Scout and didn't replace it, we don't see these for a long time. So that was a big mistake by me to not replace that. Why did you move the spines? I wanted to defend my third. Yeah, I still didn't have the information of how many Lings my opponent was massing, because my opponent's play made so little sense at that point that I was like, well, I don't know what exactly is happening, but I've got to, you know, move to a third because that's the next step. I didn't have the information on exactly how many Lings were happening. I didn't know what was going on. So yeah. Lings attack a lot more often than Roaches, so you can take advantage more often of the upgrade. Yeah, you can argue it that way as well. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to cancel out a melee upgrade for them. It's just very, very useful because they're high damage units. Yeah. I mean, high attack rate. So yeah, you're actually absolutely right. Absolutely right. Was the hold position to block his Lings from exiting? No, not at all, guys. So that was to keep my shit alive, right? So he's coming in. I'm like, oh god, I didn't get my wall off up. Oh god, yeah. So I've only got 4 Roaches here. If they get surrounded by the Zerglings actually wreck Roaches in small numbers because Zerglings just beat everything if they can get surrounds on them. So I was like, shit, I need to put these Roaches in the wall, but then I also need these drones to survive, and I don't want to put them down here because there's going to be more Lings flooding in. So where can I put the drones that's safe? Well, as long as the drones don't have an attack command and they're somewhere near a Roach, the enemy units on A move will go after the Roaches. They'll go after the fighting units. The second thing here, so basically I just wanted my Roaches to be in a choke point, but then the drones, because my Roaches aren't perfect positioned, actually end up, once they're on hold position, being a bit of a force field. Notice the Zerglings aren't attacking the drones, and they're not able to push them out of the way. So this drone here is actually limiting the surface area. There's only 2 Lings able to attack these 2 Roaches at a time, because they've got these drone force fields. Now my opponent could counteract that by quickly boxing some Lings and shift-clicking the drones down, but it's going to take a lot of micro in a very hectic situation. So it's at least going to force my opponent to do more to get damage. Yeah. Think the opponent was just goofing off? Who knows? Some people just play like that. Thank you so much. Don't daze me, bro. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. If you press Alt F in game, it deactivates any colors you might have set up and goes to default. Yeah. I think even that hotkey is different for me. For me, it's Control Shift square bracket. Core hotkeys. I never used hotkeys for those anyway. You can just check colorblind mode, chat was saying. I need to change the colors there, right? Pink versus red then. I need to change myself to blue. Blue versus red. Minimap color, green. It's the default. And we can turn colorblind mode on. I know it makes the colors pop a little bit more. I think I normally use that. Cool. So welcome to ladder, where people do things that don't make sense. Yeah, I think if I wanted to be more sure, rather than throwing my Overseer away, obviously I could have Overseer scouted earlier, and as long as I kept eyes on the third mineral line, that would have kind of told me what I needed to know to some extent, which is my opponent's not droning. The one thing I needed to check with the Overseer though is like, is this Roaches and Lings and Banes, something like that? Is it basic units or is it muters? So I just needed to kind of get that clue as well. And easy way to check that is just look for the gases on their natural. If they don't have those gases, they can't be really going muters there. Yeah, if you want to look for a Nidus, you could put one. The thing is, why would my opponent want to look for a Nidus? If you Nidus into someone who's massing Zerglings, the mass Zergling player is pretty happy, right? Like if you're getting Nidus as a mass Ling player, you're like, cool, let them unload the Nidus, hide the Zerglings, and then when they come far enough away from the Nidus, we'll surround them and kill them all, right? Yeah. They made a lair. I don't know why they made the lair though. It was totally crazy, yeah. Some of these games, man. Some of these games. As always, I'm really treating Bronze 2 GM more as a showcase than anything else. I hope you guys don't mind that we're obviously just trying to show as many things as possible as we get towards the end of it, which is like spellcasters, but also, hey, it's a no ling speed wall off sort of build I'm going for. You know, I'm trying to just make it a little bit more that we're showing kind of different things. I think the power for a lot of people at Bronze 2 GM is I just repeat the same, is you repeat the same thing 400 times. So it like gets through to everyone. I get bored a bit too quickly, so just remember, if you guys want to be picking things up, don't be trying to absorb everything I'm saying. Grab one thing I talk about in 1 or 2 or 3 games and just try to get good at that. Don't bounce between things as often as I am here. I'm playing people much weaker than I am. And just trying to show different styles. So you can, you know, hopefully if someone doesn't like the Baneling style, they can play this style, yeah. As a Zerg, do you have to spread creep? You don't have to do anything in StarCraft. You can do whatever the hell you want. I mean, you don't have to build drones or inject either. It's like, you can get Mia Micah never spreads creep, essentially. He's often like rank 3, rank 2, rank 1 on the NA ladder. So is he the most solid player of all time? No, he's a cheesy psychopath, but you don't really need it. Will I be learning the dark style? You know I invented that style, right? You know I've been doing that for years before Dark did it, right? Just at a shit level and not making epic comebacks all the time. It's like, I'm like, roaches, add some infestors to deal with the bio push, then I go into like lurkers and vipers. I'm like, I've been doing this for years against bio. I just, when I fall behind, I lose. Whereas Dark falls behind on purpose because he has bad openings, then he wins. That's the difference between the two of us. It's a shame you're retired. I've just talked about it a little bit in passing, Freak. Such a shame SOS is going away, but hey, everyone's got to retire at some point. 2-time world champ, one of the most well-remembered players of all time, and no one else did it. No one else ever won 2 BlizzCons, so shout out to SOS for that. Absolutely legendary, dude. What did I lose to? First game of the day, a guy cannon rushed me, and I was not paying attention, so I pulled drones about 10 seconds late, and then the player had the sickest macro of all time and played mass Archon Immortal Storm charge lot, and I was trying to play just Roach Hydra Viper because I was like, I want to show you guys how to use Vipers, and I was like, okay. Apparently, yeah, and they had a really terrible name as well. It was a Catter Imposter, exactly. It was gross. It was really gross, man. Yeah. You keep seeing ads for my OnlyFans? Enjoy that, Joshua. Enjoy it. Yeah, it was it's super weird though. Super weird, guys. He took a weird expansion as well that I didn't scout and did some good zealot warp-ins in the main. And I was like, I should go lurkers, but I think I could do this with just Roach Hydra. I could not do it with just Roach Hydra. I got rolled. I needed to fight him sooner and earlier in that game. Yeah. What's up, C4? Didn't know I played Magic. Turn up. Yeah, Magic's heaps of fun, dude. I don't play much Magic, to be fair. Oh, Jesus. What is this? No, 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 no. Sorry, guys. That's really weird. Sorry, don't like that. It was doing weird teal circles under my shit. Nope, 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 nope. We've swapped it to blue-red. It should be good enough. Sorry, that colorblind mode was... That was hurting my eyes. I'm not sure if anyone saw the opponent's rank, but yeah. Let's take a little look-see, see how we go. First Overlord, go across the map and over to the pillar, see what's up there. Looks like I've already drawn to 17 supplies, so I guess we're going 17 hatch. Magic card game free. Magic Arena is free. Obviously, it takes a while of grinding to get all the cards. A lot of time if you want every card, but yeah. Wouldn't it be cool if there was like a competitor to Magic and they're like, oh, by the way, we feel like too much people are, you know, kind of like held back because the cards are expensive. So if anyone wants to play, we'll just mail you all the cards and it doesn't cost you anything. You're like, what? What's your business model again? Like, well, we send it to you and then you play it. we're like, wait, what? How are you going to make money off this? They're like, well, I don't know. We figure some people might be thankful and like send us a check or something. You never know. All right, guys, let's talk. So ZVT. So we want to do Roach Infestor. For those of you who like Dark, you might enjoy this. Of course, we're going to be going very Roach Infestor focused and really trying to do as many plays with that as possible rather than trying to do other stuff. Now, if he gets a lot of tanks, he's turtling. We're going to try and go Burrow and Mural Parasite. And we'll try to flank those tanks where possible. Now, remember, Reaper's coming. We might try to just send our Lings across if he goes to block the third, okay? Third base there. We could take a fourth down there or a fourth down here. I don't like to take this one because you don't have much anti-air with this style. So it feels awkward. We're not actually going to make Ling speed, are we? Ooh, okay. So he's not blocking the third. So what do? We pull back the weak one. Drop the third. Pull back. So we weren't able to get out, but he also didn't hurt my third at all, so that's okay. And we can get him there. Okay, so the Lings can go up here now. Potentially. Build another Overlord. Put a third Queen on the way. Remember, no Ling speed required, right? We just don't need it, okay? We do like gas, so we'll start putting back on gas now. I haven't really refined the on and off gas. We just know about 320 you want to build an extra thing. So the Ling should be here to make sure that doesn't get sniped. Lots of drones, so it's your first lava injects. You spend all that lava. And that's when we build a Roach Warren. And try and build an Overlord for this edge. Keep building drones. Awesome. And one more Queen. Now we haven't really seen what's up. Hellions! Oh, okay, that's good to know. So our opponent's building Hellions. So we will probably need to build Spores at some point. If we can skimp on it, that's awesome, but let's not be too greedy. Let's get a lair. Get those guys on gas. Keep building drones, most important thing. Take 2 more gases. Remember, we want to get to 4 gas really early. It's basically the whole thing. Now, if he runs past, he could do some damage. So we'll build 4 roaches for safety to deal with those Hellions. And yeah, let's try and get some creep out. You go that way, you go that way. Go drones on that, drones on that. And I do like getting an early carapace upgrade, guys. So I think I'll get just one of these to start. Okay, roaches can go forward. We don't really want the zerglings there. The zerglings can just hang off control group, because otherwise they'll just run off and die, right? And we've got 2 bases, guys. Awesome. All right. Now I lost my my guy that was sitting up on the pillar. Gonna try and catch the rotate here. These roaches. +1 armor, roach speed, and overseer. We'll go through, okay? Don't know where he ran. We're just gonna keep spreading creep. Big round of drones, okay, for this base. Now, we're not gonna take the gases straight away, because the whole point here, remember, is we got almost caught out being greedy before, rushing that. So a few more overlords for safety. I'm also gonna put an overlord out on the edge. This guy is gonna go out on the edge. Another overlord there. And I don't know what we're up against here, guys, so we're going to just build roaches for safety, okay? Remember, we want to go for the upgrade now. Oh, I forgot to build spores, didn't I, guys? So that was kind of greedy. And look at that. I think he's going BCs. Uh-oh. So I'm going to try and build a bunch of queens right now. Shit. Infestors and Ravagers can deal with them. But yeah, let's put another spore up here and spread some creep between the bases. Because why is he on a tech lab, right? I mean, this is BC mech for sure. Why would he be on a tech lab? We haven't seen a Banshee yet. We haven't seen any air unit. The only reason it would be this late is if our opponent... Let's get pathogen glands. We haven't started that yet. Okay. As if he's going for some super late stuff, right? BCs being the latest thing in the game. Okay. Let's try and get a second Evo chamber. That's getting past halfway, so we can build infestors now. Okay. I might just have a poke with these roaches, see if we can do some damage. It's a little dangerous though, because they're my only anti-Hellion defense. So doing that also is going to pair up with me building more roaches, okay? Just to make sure. Inject, inject, inject. Make some upgrades. Yeah, I don't know what my opponent's doing. And he's going to teleport a BC here, which is interesting. So we're just going to go after these SCVs. Oh no, we're going to lose a lot of drones. Don't run them, because they're already on top of the base. So all we're doing is holding down the key. I might even throw a fungal just because why not? Let's get neural. I'm building 6 infestors right now, guys. All I'm doing is building drones to replace that, okay? Oh, he's killing me. Overlords everywhere, man. What an ass. Okay. So these guys, I don't care about losing them as long as I kill some SCVs, man. Alright. That's all.
Mineral field depleted.
A few more drones there. Okay, so it's a mech game. What's our rule against mech, guys? Where's our army going to be? Top side or bottom side? Probably bottom side, because we'll be pushing there. So we'll leave our anti-squad there. And let's also get more infestors. Now, what we need is, of course, Ravagers, so that when we catch these BCs, we can actually kill them. Okay, so let's still... I mean, we still want to build a spore there. We've still got some extra queens, which, of course, will be useful. We're still going to put some overlords out on the edge. But what we need now is Ravagers, right? So that we can neural the battle cruisers, hold them in place, and then kill them with corrosive bile, okay? So you want to try and focus fire cyclones when they do this, and then pull back, and then focus fire them again. Okay, we're bringing every queen here, because that's a lot of BCs, guys. I don't have all my shit ready yet. No! Okay, so you meant to hold it still? I've never done this before. This is what Dark always does, right? You hold it with the neural and then you do that. Okay, cool. That's how we do it. I've never done that. Told you guys I don't actually like using neural. I find it uncomfortable and unreliable if the opponent's really good. So guys, we're going to send these roaches to just deal with those guys in the top. We're going to make more roaches. We're going to keep trying to do that combo as well as... we can also do some harass. So what we're going to do, guys, is these guys are going to go into the back of the main. These guys are going to go into the back of the natural. And these two will go here, okay? And we're hoping he doesn't have missile turrets. Kind of hoping he dubs it, right? Okay. And he's coming down here now. And okay. So we're going to try and get these cyclones. Ooh, hello.
Mineral field depleted.
These guys are just kind of a move to cause problems for my opponent.
Forces are under attack.
That is actually very fun. Now the infestors are all just hiding. And the idea is you need to have double energy. So what you want to do is you want to go unburrow, fungal, fungal. Wait for it, fungal, fungal. And that's going to kill those units, okay? And then these guys, make sure they have 150 energy each. See, they don't, so we want to wait a little bit longer before doing that there. These guys are getting spotted, so drag the shot onto the SCVs if we can. See what we can do. Cool. So we're pretty close to the energy here. We got it. Okay. Fungal, fungal. And then fungal, fungal. And that's going to kill a lot of those SCVs, okay? Now, I normally wouldn't want to do that too much. Obviously, that's a bit of a style move point. But because I felt I couldn't break into a guy who's got tanks on the defense, I was like, how can I harass? And that actually is just what popped into my head. Now, what's something else? We've got burrow, so let's go burrow on all of my opponent's expansions. And it's a mech game. So what do you do when you're up against mech? Just take every base on the map. Build drones on those gases. Keep upgrading. We don't have a thingo yet. And it looks like he's got this base. Okay, cool. So let's go down there. So these guys, maybe we'll go for the high ground shot on this one over there. Okay. And then I'd like to kill... Ooh. We basically just spammed fungal. I did not know his army was there. And that was, yeah, not meant to happen. We're going to catch the BC. We do get it there. And well played. Wow, what a game. That was wild. And I was trying to get over here to do this with these guys. That's what I was trying to do. Whew. So Infestors are actually a pretty sick option against the BCs, but you can tell I have no practice with it. I actually often fumble the hotkey because I forget the hotkey and I press burrow instead of neural because I'm just not used to using that spell at all. So I'm really bad at that and I've really got to get practice on using it a bit more. That fight there was a total shit show. Because their army was mostly cyclones though, I just basically blanketed fungals on it and then I tried to neural some things, mostly the tank and the BC. I think I misclicked them almost all, but it is a thing. Now obviously once you're focusing on just neural, you can cast neural while burrowed, right? You can do things like this. So if they're just, you want to do it that way. What if you want to use both? Well, the way I'd probably do it in most scenarios versus mech is, let's grab all of my infestors together. Let's say I have like 16 infestors, 12, 14 infestors. Now, you'd only go that high if your opponent has a lot of Thors, battlecruisers, tanks, units that you think can get them. Let's say you want the fungal to try and hold the cyclones and hellions in place so they can't run away from the roaches. Okay, so that's really, really powerful. Okay, if you can do that. But you want to also do neural. So you need them unburrowed to cast fungal. How do you do that? Well, the way I would do it is I'd probably get pretty fancy with it. And I'd either simplify it and just say, fuck it, just prioritize the neural is the easy way, right? All my infestors would basically just be like, nah, you guys' job. If I'm attacking from here and I'm going to bring his army down, I want his focus to be over here. And if there's no turret there or if these rocks are broken, I try to sneak down here with my burrowed infestors, right? And we'd try to kind of bring those in from an angle. And if his focus is here, his army's there, I'd be like, okay, cool. And then I'd try to steal some tanks on the flanks. So that'd be a cool way of doing it. But you never want this many Infestors all in one big bundle, unless your opponent's like really heavy on the Thors or BCs. In which case you can grab all of them. And obviously if they're Thors, they're just going to kill other units. If they're BCs, they don't actually do that much damage. So ideally, what I should have done with the battlecruisers, he'd already used Yamato by the time I got the Infestors under them, right? But ideally, if they haven't used Yamato, you tell them to Yamato each other, and then you tell them to teleport into a spot so that they can't teleport away. That's if you don't have enough damage, you just teleport them over like your Spores and Queens or something, right? And they're damaged from Yamatoing each other, and then they can't teleport out. If you got the Biles, you don't need to be so fancy. Just fucking grab them, click them onto each other, rapid fire your Corrosive Biles on that one spot like I did in this game. Are there any, I guess we can do it with the tank, right? So let's just go. So we go, dude, make sure you move it to a spot. And then you just keep spam clicking it. Now, why do you keep spam clicking? Because the BCs will spread out otherwise, because of collision size. If you keep spamming them, they can stack on top of each other. And that makes sure if you've got, like, say, 6 or 4 or 3 BCs, they're all getting hit by the Biles. Maths time. How many Biles does it take to kill a full hit point BC? I don't know off the top of my head. 550 hit points. So 10's going to do the trick for sure. Does 9 do it? 9 would just be short. If they were a little damaged from the Queens, even a little damage, 9 would do it. But I think this is like a cool way to think of it is, okay, if I can get 10 Ravages, or even 9 will probably do it because they're usually bruised, we should be able to kill them with that Neural Ravager kind of move. And the thing is, Infestors are actually the best at killing battlecruisers because you can come burrowed, they don't see you coming a lot of the time. Once the Neural's in, they can't react, right? It's just bam. Whereas if you rock up with Corruptors, it's an easier response. You can just A-move them or shift-click the battlecruisers, but they can always just teleport out of it. And kill a Corruptor, teleport out. So Corruptors is an easier response, but the Infestor is a little bit more flexible. So this is actually a scenario where you could argue what I was doing was totally legitimate, because the Infestor counters the Cyclone Hellion by locking down its mobility, especially if you ever catch him with a flank. You can't run away. It also works really well if you can, as I said, grab the battlecruisers. So what's really predictable is people will run battlecruisers along the edge of the map. And I saw it coming. Remember, I'd put those overlords out in the middle of the map, so I saw them coming, right? I actually saw those the battlecruisers coming. I wasn't quite ready for it, but normally I would then be able to burrow Infestors over there and catch them before they even scan ahead of what they're moving into or whatever, because they don't even know you've seen them. Guys, 5100 Zerg, this is going to be really hard. This is a GM Zerg player. We are playing our first Grandmaster player, guys. And you got to beat GMs to get GM. Did you guys know that? I know, it's like bloody revelation. You got to beat GMs to get... I'm still in Masters 2 right now, though, and we are trying to use Spellcasters. Personally, I am kind of hoping we get a game against Mutas, and I think part of what's disincentivizing Mutas is maybe people are so afraid of 2-base Roach pushes from what I'm doing. So I might just do more of a 3-base like Ling Bane setup defensive play, just like more of a standard build, but just play it defensively rather than my aggression that I normally love so much. And then we can, yeah, basically hope he goes Mutas, and we're going to try and play Roach Infestor essentially no matter what, but it's going to be a lot better if our opponent goes Mutiling Bane, because that's peak Infestor situation. And if it goes to late game, we're going to make Vipers and Lurkers, because that's just the best late game composition. Hydra Viper Lurker in late game ZVZ. Vipers can abduct Lurkers out of the ground into your army, which is super value because they're such an expensive unit. And you can also, of course, Blinding Cloud them when they're clumped up. You can abduct the other player's Vipers and shoot them down with your Hydras as well, so it gets really effing weird when you're both good at that control. I'm not particularly good at it. It's one of the more intense situations, I would say. We'll see how it goes. It's the most intelligible and sensible thing you've ever uttered, Pig. Thank you, Jen Swift. Appreciate that, dude. If the battlecruisers Yamato each other, good point on the previous strategy, you only need 6 Ravagers. And 6 Ravagers is a little bit more realistic, isn't it? So I think, yeah, 5 or 6 Ravagers is often going to get the job done. That's cool. That's good to know. Serral for a while, and a lot of the European pros would do the Infestor response to BCs. So we're gonna build 4 lings just to do a very light poke, more scouting than anything else. We see the hatcheries done, looks pretty standard. We want to make ling speed straight away. Now I'm gonna pull off gas, but only for a moment. Because I like to have extra gas, just in case I gotta make a lot of banelings. What happened to Swarmos, says Battle Moose? We were doing Swarmos versus Mech before, but in Masters 2, we're trying to specifically learn Spellcasters. Which is why we are focusing on Roach Infestor and Roach Hydra Viper as our kind of 2 styles. Trying to just give ourselves as many repetitions as possible to use the 2 different control groups and kind of micro them. Always keeping the Spellcasters just behind the front line. Oh, no third. Gasless player from my opponent, guys. Alright, we got one. Not bad. Ooh, 2 drones. That's really good, guys. So I'm going to make 2 pairs of lings and try to run them in, guys. I've skipped my Baneling Nest, you'll notice, because my opponent's doing a kind of 2 basey build. Starting an upgrade very early as well. He could be doing mass lings. Anyway, let's get our Roach Horn. So we're doing a 3 base Roach setup. Yeah, let's go. Try and get that gas up. Let's get the 3rd Queen. Try to push the Overlords back, maybe? Don't know. I mean, it definitely looks like a Roach build. It definitely looks like a Roach build, guys. Because he's got the 2nd Evo up at a good time. And all of this, like... And he's making Roach speed already. Okay, yeah. Oof, okay. So that means we're going to have Roaches on our ass probably pretty quickly, I would imagine. Hello? Alright, we're going to make Roaches now. These lings are here. He's going to try and chase back the Overlord. It's interesting. Oh, it's Massling! Yeah, I told you guys. I was like, I'm a little worried it's going to be Massling, but I don't know. Oh my god. You're kidding me. Okay. Let it go down. That was not a good wall off. It is what it is. Kills a bunch of guys and then goes mutas, right? Okay. Whew. Okay. Was that melee? It was melee. Okay. He actually killed quite a few guys as well. Can build a few overlords. Okay, that's more overlords than I'll ever need. It is what it is. We're gonna make carapace and range. Okay, these guys can all go there. And yeah. You, and these roaches here.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, yeah, this is a really good play for my opponent, guys. Very tricky, very tricky. So we're just going to move one overlord forward there. And otherwise, try and make that. We're going to make more queens right now. And there we go. These guys stay in the mineral line where they can't get surface area on you. And we need to figure out, is it actually mutas? Because I think it is, but we don't know yet. Okay, it's faster than I expected as well, man. These sneaky 2-base plays, man.
Our forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack.
Oh, wait, did I forget roach speed? Oh no, I forgot roach speed, guys. Oh no! Uh-oh. This ain't good. Oh no! Oh, this is so bad. Oh, I can't even do run-bys. Oh no! Oh, this is a disaster. Okay, we're gonna kill some guys there. Okay, we've got 5, 6 infestors out. Okay, back to nothing but roaches and queens from here.
Mineral field depleted.
Oh shit. Didn't realize that was like that. Okay.
Metamorphosis complete.
This is gonna be really hard, guys. Because his work account's so bad. Like, this is basically a guy who's just cut a crazy amount of economy to try to do damage. That is the one saving grace. The one saving grace, okay? So we want 2/2 upgrades. If he just goes roaches, that's what I'm kind of most worried about right now. And we're gonna try and drone this third, even though it's incredibly late, right? Because if we can get that up, that'll be big. But right now, we don't know if he's massing mutas. I think he's going ultras. Okay, so we're gonna do a big queen timing, I think. Big queen roach roll then, maybe? But then he's just gonna base trade. This is really bad. Still, where's me overseer? Because he's not massing mutas, right? Actually, that's quite a few, man. Alright, keep droning the third for now. Let's just play real turtley. Infestors are such a good defensive unit. I think this can still work out pretty well for me. I'll leave one infestor in the main just in case he keeps doing that. And we'll try and make hydras. Try it again, boy. So we'll try and make vipers as well. He's got a hive. Does he have an ultra cavern yet? Yeah, he does. Okay, we're gonna go. Alright, we gotta go. Gotta go.
Our forces are under attack. Mutation. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Metamorphosis completed.
I got some pretty money fungals, but it's a little ahead. Yeah, this has always been my weakness, is this style, because I like to play greedy versus it by skipping the Baneling Nest. If you make the Baneling Nest, you're safe against this. So this actually makes you a much better player on NA.
Our forces are under attack.
One more fungal, one more fungal. Not very good. So this is where you building wall, because ultras can't really get through there. A few more guys there. I still should lose this game for sure. We're just hoping my opponent doesn't really have much of a follow-up. But my opponent already showed like a great understanding of how to macro hard behind a crazily committed opening. Like it was crazy fast Ling Flood, considering there was like a 2-base wall off with melee, into a very quick muta transition. So it was a balance between the two. And then followed up with just really, really nice many things, you know? So we want to put spores out front because that makes it hard for him to actually reveal the lurkers. So you want to keep building drones there. We probably want to take this fourth over on the right side, I think. Yeah. You just want to keep making these guys. So obviously my infestors are now not that important. Let's go Vipers. Because he might go Vipers as well. That could be a problem for me. Let's put our changelings out and just kind of see what's up. Let's also just kind of send 3 roaches down there for a run by, 3 roaches down there for a run by. Just see if they can do stuff. Probably can't do much, but that's okay. Do we have good upgrades? Kind of, not amazing. We're also, I mean, we're looking for like the best maxed out army, right? So it's kind of one of these things where it's like, probably want to put a bit of extra focus into that.
Forces are under a mineral field depleted.
Interesting. Because we're not gonna. Oh, he's actually gonna swap into Hydras himself. Interesting. Okay.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Hydra. I think we have both Hydra upgrades.
Under attack. The forces are under attack.
I'm actually going to go all in. Because he's obviously got some good units out there, but we're just kind of hoping that he doesn't have the Zerglings ready for the base trade anymore. Put some Overlord spotters out the sides. So we're going to leave nothing at home except static. That's kind of the whole idea there. And just see if we can win the frontal fight. Unlikely. Give it a go though. Alright, you guys go on the gas. Apparently he killed that. Apparently those guys are dead as well. We can, of course, send the roaches over there.
Metamorphosis complete. Thespian guys are exhausted.
Let's go. Leave like 1 lurker at home. That's it. Alright, 1 big push here because his economy is so much bigger than mine, guys. And we'll see what we can do. He's probably got Vipers out, which means we are probably dead. We don't have the Talons either. Did I forget Overseers, guys?
The hive cluster is under attack.
Kind of the most important thing.
Forces are under attack. Mutation complete. Our forces are under complete.
My man!
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to send a lurker there. We're also going to send a lurker back here. Then we're going to try and push the middle. More Hydras, and going to send a few Overseers forward. See what we see. Oh! Oh, he's got 400 lurkers. This guy's pretty good, man. Now, of course, we are doing some good lurker run-bys ourselves. I think at this point we just need mostly Hydra Lurker, and we've got to try to kind of win the actual engagements. So we're trying to just kill off those guys, yeah. That's good. Alright. Like I said, I don't really like this composition. It's definitely not my my forte. Oh, fuck him. Yeah, he's burrowed under those bases as well. I mean, my opponent has done a lot of things right. This is really good play. That lurker's doing good.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under exhausted.
Okay, you can go there, you can go there. I've got almost no drones, remember, as well. So I can't really rebuild here, so I need to like get out in front of these armies. And engage them out there. Okay, my lurkers are going down. Literally no detection, guys. Oh, so stressful. Oh my god. Okay, okay. Trying to buy myself a little bit of time here. Okay, we did some good damage. Oh my god. He's just got 10 times more stuff! Sloppy fight from my opponent, but I think it's enough? Oh my god. I mean, I knew I was pretty dead earlier in this game, but by godly, that fight just showed it, didn't it? Oh my lord. My opponent's had like 1,000 spines to defend every base I try to attack and like everything, and oh man. I'm just here like, I have like 6 units. Okay, I don't know, man. See if we can weave one through over here. Keep making lurkers, I guess, but we don't really have any gas income, do I?
Thanks for the.
Okay, we got another overseer, that'd be good. All right, let's go up here, transfuse those. Hydras, lurkers. Get some changelings out, of course, just to try and see like the movements of what's going on. Let's try and send this guy down here if we can. And we can kind of just see if we can out-multitask our opponent from way behind, which is what we're doing right now. Try to keep rebuilding as well. I think it's just the chaos of the late game and how stressful it is like, that's the one chance, essentially. Hello? Opponent's doing a really good job of scouting with their changelings. Yep, not surprising.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
A creature is under attack. Mineral field.
Ow!
The hive cluster is under attack.
Ow! Told you, this is the most stressful thing, and I don't normally like to play it because it's just a bit too micro-intensive for my tastes, personally. The late game ZBZ, but it is what it is. Opponent's now got some really good attacks going. We're going to quickly run by there and cue that to go burrow. We're also going to see if we can get down here. I doubt we can, but it is what it is. Okay, these guys can go in with that. Okay, we're going to try and make some more lurkers. Let's just see if we can fight back with that.
Thespian guys are exhausted.
Okay, there you go. You go there. Let's go. Is he going to push in further or not? Can try to get that. Try to get that.
Under attack.
See if we can get some abducts.
Our forces are under attack.
Looks like he's going home this way. For now, at least. Just going to see if I can catch some abducts on the army, you know?
Our forces are under attack.
I don't know where his army is. Oh, there it is. It's going back. It's going back. Okay.
Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack.
So we're trying to just basically pick off his Vipers. We know that's where the most value lies. Hasn't really worked at all just yet. Don't know what these guys are doing exactly, but just seeing if we can find a weak spot where there's no lurker covering it. Okay, is there one down there? There is. Okay, so if you stand there, hopefully you're out of spine range, maybe? I don't know. Got it. So his army's over here. You can't really click all those. There's too many, you know? We're dead. And we've been dead for a while. I'm hoping my opponent's incompetent. They keep showing that they've got depth. They're able to harass, split their army, keep expanding. They're a good player. They've got a lot of good things they're doing. I mean, when you play these sort of games, you're kind of hoping your opponent gets a little bit lost, doesn't know what to do in certain scenarios, you know, all this sort of stuff. In this case, my opponent is very on point. The changeling spam battles to try and track each other's armies. I mean, obviously I can just strike this left side. It's the more important side. It's probably not a bad idea. But, I mean, if I give up territory, that's also a big problem. So, I don't know, man. His army's here. Yeah, let's just see if we can get a good... I think he's a good attempted skirmish. I'm trying to basically just like get the Dark's kill units, run away, but he's just got so much stuff that it doesn't really matter. He's just got too much. GG, well played. That's a really good one. I'll show you guys the weakness here of how I play, and it's because I always assume they're not going to do this, even though this is probably 90% of my Zerg versus Zergs on NA. It's people pretending they're doing a Roach build and then just going for a Ling Flood with +1 melee. It's fake Roach Warren second Evo chamber and then go Mutas. It's a really nice way of having some tech you throw at your opponent. And it puts you massively behind if you don't get a crazy amount of damage. Because look, my opponent's on 30 drones. So even losing my third to the Lings, if I just had a Spore at my third, a few Spores peppered around, there's nothing they can do after that. They're completely dead. So how do you make your life easier? Just still build the Baneling Nest the same way you normally would. Even though you think they're doing a Roach build, just build it for safety. And if you think there's a chance of it, you just have a few Zerglings sitting around. And then at this point, you see Lings flood out, you go, or the Queen before that. The moment the Queen comes out to push your Overlords, you're like, you're doing something cheeky. Make a few safety Banelings. You can defend your third. You're way ahead. And you've got the game in the bag. Oh my god. Oh. Trying to micro those units with the latency on US West is also especially stressful. My neck just cracked like crazy because I was so tense trying to do the very twitchy micro with a 160 ping delay, which makes it a little bit harder. Really well played by Forest, but yeah. So this is the weakness I have, is I always assume someone's playing Roaches because the Ling Flood's very weak on 2-base because you don't have a lot of production. So if you want to do a strong Ling Flood, you're giving up a lot of mining. So that's the kind of thing they give up, but a lot of players do it, and I do tend to fall behind or at least let the game get even against it. So like in this scenario, I didn't think the Spire could be so quick with such a big Ling Flood. I didn't realize just how low my opponent's economy was. And because of that, we ended up just taking too much damage to the Mutas and basically being very far behind from there. And I did a few cute things to try to get back in it. If my opponent kept rolling Banelings and Mutas into me, I would have smashed with Infestors. And instead, my opponent went, nope, just going to go straight Ultras. And I was like, oh, motherfucker, no one does this. I was like, who goes straight Ultras? That's perfect versus Infestors, man. I'm here like, yes, I finally get the Muta game where I can show you guys how good Infestors are versus like waves of Mutaling Bane. My opponent's like, going straight to Ultras. And I'm like, Infestors are worthless once they're on Ultras. They are worth nothing. I'm like, no! So GG, well played. Good tech choices from Forest, who was also safe against an earlier Queen Roach Infestor push because was already quite far ahead, preserved the Zerglings, didn't throw them away, and was always ready to base trade. So if I did try to do a big Queen Roach Infestor push, they could have just base traded with Zerglings, and there's no way I could both have a strong enough push and survive the base trade at the same time. There's no way. So really good work from Forest, played a very nice game. On a fundamental level, Forest's build, I always say this is really bad, but a lot of the NA ladder likes to do it. It's kind of the style you do, I would say, if you're playing someone who's a lot better than you. Scarlet used to do this for Cyril a lot, back when he was super dominant. And since then, it seems to have just become almost a mainstay of the North American ladder. And it works really well versus me, because I just get pig-headed and stuck in that fundamental knowledge of, you wouldn't do this. And I want to be super greedy and not build a Baneling Nest. And it's like, just build a Baneling Nest. It doesn't cost that much. You got the third base advantage. You can still survive Roach plays with the expense of a Bane Nest. It's just fine. I die to Ling Floods when my opponent hides a macro hatch in the main. How do I deal with it and scout it? Just micro your Banelings properly. Do you not have Baneling Spasm? Same as any other Ling Flood. You see the Lings come out, you go, oh, and then you just put your Queens on your ramp if you have to, if you don't have a wall off, and you make Banelings. Yeah. Or are you not playing with Banelings? Forest played really well, guys. You guys can shit on Forest all you want, but Forest played really well. Smoothly caught up on the drones while the Mutas harassed, preserved the Zerglings. And then, once the Mutas had me pinned back and denying my third, macroed like a psychopath. I also forgot Roach Speed, which was actually really bad. At this point, I was thinking of just moving my roaches across the map, and then I realized I didn't even have roach speed, so I couldn't even do that properly. So this actually fucked me really bad as well. If I at least had roach speed, I could have like maybe engaged these zerglings and pulled the mutas back a bit, and I might have been able to like get a spore over here and here, and then like get an extra queen or two, and then build some more roaches, and if I defend my 3 base, I'd be okay. I think it's roaches due to lack of a third, so I don't expect lings. Are you saying you don't have a baneling nest, Spasm? That's greedy as fuck. That's the exact same thing I just did here. I'm like, you have an Evo in the wall, you're playing roaches. So it's the exact same, you're just being greedy. You like roaches and banes have failed. Oh, so you're playing a roach build? Well, if you're playing a roach style, you should have a wall off. So just give up your 3rd base if there's too many units, and you should always have a wall off. If you're playing roaches, you should always have your Evo and your roach horn in the wall. If you have a 2nd Evo there, just pull back to your wall. Give up your 3rd if you have to. Build lots of units, overlords, and then retake your 3rd once you have enough roaches to contest the lings. If you have 2 full bases and they're doing a really scary ling all-in where you have to abandon your 3rd, that's fine. Because you've probably got like 45 to 30 workers. So, yeah. Is my jab soon? Yeah, a couple weeks out. See, look at how fast the opponent droned once they got map control, by the way. Check this out. Actually, that 4th was a little slower than I thought. Oh, way further than I meant. But, yeah. I mean, that's still fine. The random spines in each base are kind of hilarious. Is that to deal with, like, burrowed roaches? Burrowed roaches have ruined this player's day. Many times, yeah. Yeah, this player is traumatized from burrowed roaches. That's funny. It's a little early to do it, but not too bad. Not too bad. Cover a weak spot. Confused Articano, thanks for the 6 months. Methgoat with the 8 months. Kulin with the 5-month resub as well. I'm honestly already bored of playing Spellcasters, guys. Trying to force Spellcasters as Zerg is you just sitting there and just trying to get to that mid game. And I'm like, man, the Spellcasters, like it's not bad as a training mechanism, but I'm like, man, I want to kill these players. I want to get in their face. For me, I like attacking a lot. So I really enjoyed the previous Masters 3 way more than I'm enjoying Masters 2. Because I'm like, I know it's useful, but I want to go attack people, man. All right, let's go. Where are we in Masters 2, by the way? It shows you in your profile, right, guys? We are in the middle of Masters 2. Wait, if we're in the middle, 46, does that mean it's 4,900 is the top of it? I guess you don't actually need to get to the top of Masters 1 to get GM, I don't think. Interesting. Because we're only like 300 MMR off GM, right? So the thing is, you usually don't get the GM promotion on stream. It'll probably happen a bit later in the day, which is a thing. So we might have to finish without an actual GM promotion screen, but more the other thing. Or we can time it out for it. About 4880 for Masters 1, fair enough. Slave Life, okay, that's an interesting name. I'm not sure what that means, but okay. Slave to the machine. Terran slave to the rage. These are all things. Alright, so this is the matchup where I'm probably most happy to be playing Forcing Infestors. In ZVZ, Forcing Spellcasters is probably the most gimmicky, right? Because it's just not meant to come in until a bit later in the game. ZVZ is a very aggressive matchup at its core. And that's definitely it. But we'll give it a go. I would have loved to get a big fungal on like the 30-40 Zerglings in that last game. Would have been lit. Alright, guys. So this is ZVT. Remember, we don't need the gas. That's a pretty early SCV. That's interesting. It's very early. I don't think it's early enough to be proxy raxing necessarily. I think it's just a scout. Yeah. Pull before gas. Die. Die. I was like, dude, if you want to hang, like, I will nibble you. Just rally straight onto the gas. Might as well. Hello. Okay, so this overlord can go here. And yeah, we're rallying to the gas. That'll be good. Okay. I can go up there. I haven't seen a Reaper yet. Pops out normally 158. Something about there. Find out in a second what's going on. Remember, we can try to run across with the Zerglings as a default move, way of defending the Reapers. If you guys struggle to play defensively against them, never a bad idea. He's building a Marine after the Reaper. We know that because there's no add-on. And I sent this guy to the third a bit late, so probably gets caught by that Reaper coming in right about now. I think that's okay. Maybe there is no Reaper. Oh, hello. It's okay. So if that gets blocked, that's okay, guys. Remember, because we're going to do more damage to his side of the map. Third queen starts immediately, and we can just build an overlord straight away as well. So if you guys are like, no, my base is blocked. What do I do? It's like, it's actually fine.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Yeah, you can go that.
Robbie!
I got Silicon Valley money, bitch!
This is revenge for all the drones that have been killed by Reapers. All of it. We delayed the factory, we killed a few SCVs, delayed the command center. So we get massively out of this opening. Notice we don't have link speed going. But this is what they get. If they want to block your third, go across, put the pressure on them. Too many people in RTS games, they just focus on fighting where their opponent is trying to fight them. It's not a good idea, guys. $100? $100? Oh my god, if you have time to watch this stream and you don't have time to earn and donate $100, then you're just lazy. Oh my god, thank you very much, King Slorch. What the hell, dude? Thank you. Over the top, mate. Dude, you are the human conception of that arm wrestling movie, over the top. You are that. That's who you are. I like it. I like that. Okay, so we need some roaches for safety. Obviously, we're being a bit greedy than normal because we know we messed his opening up, so we know he can't like get here that fast. And remember, 4 gases. We're gonna stay 4 gases for a while. No rushing up to those gases on the third, okay? That was way too greedy last time we did that. And we're gonna build our Infestation and Evo here in between our main and natural because they're very safe there. And yeah, we'll make some roaches. I don't know what my opponent's doing, so remember Overseer. There we go, 6 roaches, sounds good. All right, let's drone the third. Okay. That goes there. We get the Infestation, we start Carapace, and what's the upgrade we don't forget, guys? What's the upgrade Pig don't forget? Roach speed! Okay. I'm so blind that I don't feel good about this. We'll build a few extra overlords just so we have reactive flexibility. And I'll build a bunch more drones for this third. I didn't build spores, so I've been a bit greedy on that, you'll notice, guys. If it was Banshees, I could take a bunch of damage, but because my lair's pretty quick, I can react, like, as by default, I think I can react with an Overseer pretty quickly. All right, that's Battle Mech. Oh, it's Battle Mech, guys. Oh my god, everyone to the front. Run. Oh my god, we don't have any creep here, guys. Okay, try and build a thing there. Nothing but roaches and queens and roaches and queens. Oh my god. So we're gonna try and get pathogen glands because that's, remember, really good against this. Now he doesn't have okay, it's interesting. How long till roach speed? Not long. Okay, we're gonna try and get him from behind if we can. I'm gonna try to take a 4th up there. All you want to do in this scenario, guys, is just make as many guys as possible. Now, I've lost a lot of overlords, just as many roaches as possible, okay? And if you can get some roaches as the arm that goes around the back of your opponent and traps them, that's great. So these guys are going to go this way, up there. So remember those guys up there? Why do you do that? Because this whole composition is all about avoiding fighting. So if you just fight them, you manage to trap them like that, then you do really good. Okay, so now we regroup. Do we have infestors on the way? Yeah, we do. We're going to make 5 infestors just so we have extra to work with. Build the drones for the gases, or actually, we don't. Supply blocked again. Oh my god, he's so annoying. Now remember, he didn't have a starport, so we don't need to worry about neural for BCs. These are all just to limit the mobility, okay? Let's once again split roaches up. So those guys can go there, and then we can have the other roaches down here. We're also going to put an overseer just over here, see if we can get some vision. Okay, inject, more drones. Let's try and drone those gases in a moment when we get the money to. We want to go for... Some people were asking me... Ooh, fungal. About, hey, what happened to Swarmers? I thought you said they were good versus mech. They are, and they're actually fantastic in this scenario where you've got the Infestors to try to lock your opponent down. But it's very advanced. It's like super advanced, and it's kind of dicey because it's a full-on map control fight. And it's easier to keep your composition a little more basic. Okay, now he's gone 3 base there. If that's a 4th, then we definitely need to get our punish on, don't we? Got 2 upgrades. Let's get a hive so we can swap into Vipers because Vipers counter every mech unit.
Mineral field depleted.
Okay. We've got the gases opening up there just in case one of our bases gets sniped. And Changeling, go there, go there. Okay, so we're going to run down here. If he has this front base as well, like I said, I really want to punish him, but he doesn't, so he's playing a little bit safer. That's good. We've got +1 range is going to kick in. No worries. We can make Hydra upgrades. Swap in a Roach Hydra Viper. Cool. So because I lost so much creep spread earlier, I'm definitely kind of focusing on regrowing it. I'll build some drones behind this, and we're just going to put like a spore and a spine in our most exposed bases. Okay. So we don't know exactly what we're going into. So we're going to try and fly that forward. I'm going to send those guys in. It looks like he's a little bit unattended here. Okay, so we're doing some good damage. These guys aren't doing too well. Oh, he's making mass Widowmine. That's hilarious. Okay, Baneling Nest is required for that. Okay, so these guys do some damage, and we want to run away with them. So notice these guys just hold position, but they're dead. We don't care about them. And we're just going to, if he chases us, we can fungal. Oh yeah, he's going to chase us, is he? He's not chasing. Oh, he gets to fire again? So we're just using fungal, budget detection there. Oh, these guys just killed everything. Okay, cool. So why are Banelings good versus Widowmines? I thought Widowmines were the counter to Banelings. Yeah, in mass numbers, but this guy's going like mech Banelings, where it's mass Banelings, right? Mass Widowmines, sorry. So Widowmines in big clumps are just easy kills. So you can go Banelings there if he's like massing them. We're going to open the tech up. I don't plan on using it because we're sticking with Spellcasters. These guys, I don't want to use them too much anymore, these Infestors. Let's swap. So we're going to now build 6 Vipers and nothing but Hydras and Vipers from here, okay? Can we still use these guys? For sure. I'll just tell them to follow a Ravager for now and see if we can find some stuff, but I don't really care too much. Let's also get Overlord speed, add another Overseer, and we're going to swap because these are good for map control. He's swapping into tanks now to defend. He's not really building so much of that stuff. It is what it is. You also want to build an Evo chamber bank when you go Vipers, guys, because if you don't build that, then... No, just use the fungal for no reason. Then that is an issue. Now, the other way we can also use it is if we already had Burrow, it's easier to swap the Infestors off as they don't even need a control group. Right? So once Burrow kicks in, they can do that. What do I mean by that? Well, basically, the way it works is you're just going to leave them peppered around to catch the Cyclones. So whenever they're running away from you, you pop one up and you Cyclone it. You fungal it, and then the Cyclone Hellion dies. So this is a Evo chamber bank, guys. It's an energy bank for the Vipers. Make sure if you do a lot of those, it does cost you a bit of drones, so you got to be careful. Got to be careful with this sort of areas. Make sure you get that creep out there. You need a spotter for it. Okay, so now we're swapping into that. As I said,
Mineral field depleted.
There we go. So we're just going to pepper those infestors everywhere, and now we're on Roach Hydra Viper, which is the style I've been wanting to do this entire segment, and I haven't been able to get to it. It's pissed me off no end. So finally we're going to do it. First things first, we want to know what the shit we're going into. So we're sending changelings ahead. Another thing we can do is we think his defenses will be around here. So I've actually told him to go set up pervert mode just below that cliff. Oh, and look at that, guys. Look at that. Absolutely. So we want to abduct all the big units. Now you got to be careful of the Widow Mines, of course. So we're just going to pull back. But even Widow Mines aren't bad for abducts. Go fuck yourself, phone. And then you just want to pull back and do it again. Okay? So, extra evos, because these will die. Let's build some more drones. And let's build some more static. Now, if it's cyclones you're worried about, you want the spines kind of out front the base, right? Because otherwise they can just get outranged. We can also just make sure these guys are transferring. Queue up injects. And you're doing this while these guys, notice I queued them. Okay, good point on queuing, guys. If you only suck energy one time, it won't get them enough. So you want to go queue, but then tell them to do it again. And you want to tell them to do that from far away, because once they start doing it, there's a slight cooldown on consume. So if you tell them to start the consume and you try to queue up a second order, they won't be able to receive that order because it's off cooldown. So they'll basically just do one consume and they won't get to max energy. Too many people I see mess up their consume micro, and you just want to queue them to go back, suck energy, and then come back to the front so they can join up with your army. And make sure you don't panic select that hotkey at any point in that time, okay? Okay, so I was talking about infestors that were meant to catch these units. Didn't happen. Let's just build some spines. There's only a few aliens, we don't need to worry. I don't have a lot of scouting here, guys. I should have rebuilt my overseers, right? But let's just headbutt up this ramp. It's a kind of scary angle. Actually, let's go for the south. South side's a bit better. Now, if he still has lots of Widow Mines, it'll be tough. Notice we're going to clump those Vipers. We're going to send those in just a little ahead of the army. That's fucking Vipers, man. Okay. Oh my god! So we're just going to run forward, abduct. All we're doing is moving the Roach Hydra now. But now there's Hellbats in there, so when there's a lot of Hellbats and stuff on top of you, abduct is nowhere near as effective. Just keep that in mind. Ooh. So notice we're going to try and shift-click those Vikings with the Hydras, or you can hold position to make sure they actually kill the Vikings rather than going after other units. He actually killed all the drones there. Wow, well done. So we'll build some drones for that. We've still got a lot of energy, so let's find a new attack angle. Your opponent's going to set up their anti-air there. They're going to be really ready. They won't be as ready on the other angles, though, will they? Let's make Ling speed here, because he's being really annoying. So we might actually need some Ling Bane at some point to deal with it. These are really bruised, so this is very dangerous, but let's go for it. Abduct, abduct, abduct. So there we go. Great abducts. Most of the Vipers survive, even though they were very damaged. We kill those units. We can maybe do more damage as well. Obviously, we can't kill the planetary. We can maybe just kill that turret and then leave. Oh, Vikings! Okay. Got a bit too fancy there. Build some Vipers. Mass Hydras on the way. Remember I said that's what I was going to be building. And let's try and grab these guys and do some transfuse. We're just going to manually put some band-aids on those queens. So we've queued those. Does that actually do extra transfuses? No, it kind of derps. You can't really queue transfuses very effectively. They get a bit too confused. Fair enough. So my opponent's done a really good job to get back in this game. Let's make those Banelings, just so we can clear out the Hellbats with this. Hydraling Bane Viper is even better, guys, because there's so much meat in front. It's hard to get at the weak units in the back, right? Now I've got some good Viper energy, so Parasitic Bomb on Mass Vipers is good, Vikings is good, Abducting units is good. There's lots of ways we could do this. Now the Vikings look like they're a little out front, so we're going to try and abduct those. I've done a hold position on my Hydras. So notice my army is not just headbutting in, so that's a really good way of doing it. Now if we can catch him unsieged, Banelings can like clear out his big mech units really well. I'm just going to suck hit points off whatever's here, Extractors, Spore, whatever. This base is not too important. And remember, second control group for Vipers, You might be like, oh, there's an Infestor over here. That's a nothing control group. I'm only using 2 control groups in most scenarios. This is what most pros do as well. Once again, hold position, guys. So we're doing the hold position with the Hydras just on the edge. We can only do that if we have vision, right? Because he was moving in vision of the hatchery, we could kind of do it. If he doesn't do that, it's kind of hard. So let's set him up in pervert mode. See if, does that work for us? Oh, it does. Look at that. And now let's try to go for a big one. Oh, that's actually too much, guys. Let's pull back. So we abducted, we killed a bunch of tanks, but then we ran out of energy, and there was still more tanks behind that. So let's go back with our Vipers. Queue up tons of transfuses, and tell my Creep Queen to transfuse that as well. Make sure we're still spreading some creep for map control. And he's got a big army, so I kind of want to just split my army now and say, okay, that army's really scary, but if he's just focused on one spot and this is an orbital, it's really dumb of me to not take advantage of that. Let's just send these guys down here and just go for a big attack on that. And then we can go back to focusing on the front. Because if he's just sieged in one spot, he's got a good arc, it's hard to attack. If I can come at him from an edge where I'm finding an exposed flank, that's where I'm going to be most effective. So notice the Banelings, we want to kind of cut off the retreat if possible. Did he run away from up there? Maybe he did. So notice we can click the Banelings in the Hellbats, but otherwise we want to run away. He's still got an army there. Has he got a base up here, guys? Okay, let's just clear this army out, just to make things kind of clean on my side of the map. The other army's just running away. Oh, it's just a Widow Mine, okay. Do we not have Overseers again? My Overseers keep dying. Guys, if your opponent makes these sort of armies, I mean, you could just do a Blinding Cloud on the Planetary if you want, by the way. Okay, then you got to be careful. Now, if they're base trading you ever, guys, set the rally point far back and build nothing but Banelings. Banelings are the best unit in base trades, okay? I'm going to actually pull home to fight him as well, rather than going into his rally, okay? So, the Hydras are okay. They can pick off some units. You just got to be ready to pull them back. If you're not looking at the fight, you just pull them straight back. Now, why are Banelings the best in a base trade? Because your opponent at some point is going to shove into you, and you're going to catch those units exposed. This fight, it looks like he's going to be very clumped. So I expect, actually, right now, for me to be fighting an engagement against what is probably going to be a full surround, and I want to go for Blinding Cloud. Normally, I tell you guys, like I've been saying, think of your army not as, or your spellcasters, not as things that have multiple spells when you're learning. Once you get really good, you can get really, really nice at picking what spell to use for what situation. Okay, so we're going to go for it now. There's not much anti-air, so we can go first with the Vipers. F2 A move, and we're going to go Blinding Cloud, and Blinding Cloud. We're just Blinding Clouding every single tank, and if you save some Blinding Clouds, that's actually really good, guys. Because you're not going to get to all the tanks before it wears off. It runs out very quickly. And what a great push from my opponent. Just really ravaged my economy. So I'm just going to select all idle workers. Notice I do that by control clicking there. And we're just going to say, okay, you guys go there, you guys go up here, you guys go here. Just go to all the bases where there's like fresh stuff going on. And what are we doing behind this? Well, we're going to gather more energy. I've still got a Creep Queen, so we're going to try and respread creep between the bases. Wherever you don't reconnect your bases, that's usually where you lose in a long Zerg versus Terran game. And I'm just sending a single Hydra to each base. Because his economy should be really weak, right? Because we killed so many command centers. So I think we actually should be in a better situation. Notice I'm just spreading my consumes right now across different buildings. Oh shit, that was meant to just be one Hydra up there, not my whole army. Let's make some more Banelings. He still has a lot of Hellbats, so we might need those to kind of clear things out. And what's my drone count? 54, that's really weak. Uh-oh, that's not great, guys. Oof. Oof. Oh, and he's pushing there again. Okay, so let's go trade with him. Do we have double abducts? We don't. Just get a little bit more energy. I'm actually just going to send these Zerglings as a bit of a run by. And we're just going to pull these drones away. Just take this base. And remember, one spore, one spine. And we'll build one more round of drones there. I think we could just trade with this all day and just try to be efficient, right? Some of his units are in vision. And remember, let's not come from the front. Let's come from a surprising angle because he's in a battle line like that. But if we come from the edge, we can take less tank shots. Look at that. We grab 2 tanks. We pull back. Let's pull out a vision. Let's break these rocks. I want to come from this angle, see if I can surprise him. Because if you can catch him, the Vikings also aren't in position then, right? Oh! Oh! Abduct, abduct. He's in the open. Just grab every big tank. Go, go, go. Grab the tanks. Grab the Vikings. Oh my god. Blinding Cloud that last tank while we kill the Hellbats. And then, okay. And then I lost most of my Vipers, but that's okay. Ooh. So you could see he didn't realize because I pulled just out of scan range. I broke those rocks out of vision. And then we just caught him completely unsieged. And I was able to just basically A-move it because he didn't have any firepower. Now, obviously, we're already pretty far ahead at that point, but it's kind of nice to do it that way. It works out really well. Ooh. Okay, so let's go home, get energy, grab more Hydras. My Infestors are still struggling here to get killed or to catch a big Cyclone army because he's not building them anymore. We don't have much fungal. Let's just go forward. We just want to force him to siege. Just be a bit more respectful. He's pushing in too hard. That's if they're very brave, you want to try and scare your opponent. Now, he's going to kill that hatchery, so we might want to go for a big push. Let's do it. See if we can save the hatchery. And just get the tanks. If I can just get the tanks, even if I lose... Oh, I lost the hatchery, man. So really nicely done by him. But notice that his tanks, I think our Hydras were kind of spread out. They weren't taking crazy damage. He didn't have that many Hellbats in front of them or anything like that. And does end up going the way of the slave life? It's not... I don't know. Anyways, GG, well played. So really well played by my opponent there to stay in that game. We saw the 2 factories earlier, remember? So we knew we were good to continue with skipping the spores. With the Overseer, we knew we had to do nothing but get roach speed as quickly as possible and mass roaches, because that's such a scary scenario. The Cyclone Hellion is so annoying the way it pushes. But remember, you do nothing but mass roaches, even if you're not quite at 3 bases. Remember, I was only at like 62 drones during this. I probably should have at least taken the gases, but I was like, and you've got to do a bit of back and forth because they can lock on units, run away. And if you're super advanced, you do a lot of like pulling back individual units they lock onto, like I do. But even if you don't do that, you just try to run back, and then when they go to chase you, you try to quickly turn around and focus on a Cyclone. So that's the micro what you do with the back and forth. But notice here, I was expecting him to rotate to new angles, so I was kind of just waiting on the high ground, hoping he'd run up it, and I'd kill a Cyclone before he could react. Also, you're going to see, because he's being very annoying here, look at my control groups, guys. So this is my main army, 18 roaches. At a certain point here, I'm going to go, okay, roach speed's kicked in. I really want to sandwich him, so you're going to see me split my roaches up and go around and get kind of the flank ready. Early on, I hadn't changed the control groups just yet. I was kind of just hoping to catch him from behind with one army. But he sees me there, I see him, I'm like, okay, no. And then these guys go up there, and he scans. And notice he's using scans. Every scan he uses is expensive. A lot of Terran Zerg sit here go, it's unfair. He's more mobile. Cyclones beat roaches. He just scans and locks on. Every scan costs him money. And his army is very fragile. So remember the analogy that we always say when we talk about this composition. This is a really long-reached fighter. Has like 10, 12-inch reach advantage on you. Big, long arms. But he's fragile as fuck. If you can get in close, he doesn't have the same muscle you do. As a Zerg, you are a squat but bulky, muscular fighter, okay? And if you ever manage to get him down in a dirty boxing match or anything like that, look how quickly those Cyclones crumble. And they're so expensive and hard to replace. Roaches are free units. They're so cheap. So look at this, and then we cut him off again. We maintain that split of roaches. Notice those roaches. So we got all the Cyclones, that's the important part. And we shut him off the map. And now he's not able to just sit on the edge of creep, pick off roaches, pull back. Come back, pick off roaches, pull back. So it's very important for you to split your roaches. And if they're very good at avoiding that surround, guys, you send your roach squad just to go hit his natural or third and run in and kill a lot of workers, and that'll do a lot of damage for you. Now, check it out. His third command center is up pretty late because he was wanting to do a lot more damage there. So that's it. Zerg is a dwarf. You have to hit him in the kneecaps. Exactly. You just want to kneecap your opponent. So Infestors are pretty good at catching this style, like I said. Especially, I think, Burrow earlier, so I could have put them out spotting earlier. Would have been really nice. Ooh! Not bad for catching alien run bays as well. So that was cool. Yeah, really good play from him, though. It was kind of fun to swap into the other style. The Widow Mines mixed in were actually really annoying. Overseers already die a lot against Cyclone styles. So you had the Widow Mines, the Overseers are just constantly dying. So you just got to remember to keep replacing those Overseers. Yes, I think so, Logic. Yeah. Yeah, Lemmywinks, the Exodus of Lemmywinks may have been one of the more messed up South Park episodes. I don't think that was Mr. Slave. I think that was a different episode. I think that was a recurring joke they brought back. Yeah. Okay, cool. So how's everyone doing? Thank you so much, Slorch, you savage. What the hell, dude? So why no Blinding Cloud? I mean, there was a scenario towards the end where I actually had a good full surround. So when you're learning, you only want to use one spell. And Abduct is very reliable because you don't have to commit to a fight for it. So if you guys watch, when I started using Abduct, you're going to notice I would just pick off units and then pull away as I was out of energy or if I was going too deep into a tank line, right? So it's a really nice comp for, like, I run forward in front of the army a little bit with the Vipers. If I have vision, it's better, of course. But basically, I want the Vipers to be out in front of my army a little bit. Then I A-move the Roach Hydra in so that I don't have to micro it anymore, and I just focus on the Vipers. So notice here, Vipers are ahead. I A-move Roach Hydra. All I'm focusing on is abduct. And at the point where I decide, okay, this is probably a bad fight now, which is here, I'm like, oh, I don't know how many more tanks there are back there. So if I went any deeper and I was running low on abducts, I'd be running into a choke point, and there could be another 4 or 5 tanks that I don't know about. So I just pull back, right? So this is very much like a hit and run tactic, and you recycle. Your Vipers go back, gather energy. If you're super pro, you transfuse them while you're doing that, so the Vipers literally never die. And you can see the units lost tab gets disgusting, and this is really common in my Roach Hydra Viper versus mech games, is my bank gets insane because I'm not losing many units, and they're losing a ton of stuff, right? But in that final fight, things changed. So things changed in that final big fight in my natural, and that's because my opponent had committed up into my guards. I wasn't sure if I could break him at home. I didn't want to attack a wall of planetary tank. So I pulled back and I'd set up a full surround. That was what was different. I had some Hydras here, some Hydras here, some Hydra Bane here, some units in the back of my natural, unfortunately, many of which had already been bled into the army because he aggroed them in. So I'd set up a full surround. So the thing is, if you're coming from one side, your Hydras and Banelings, your Roaches and Hydras, whatever you're using, they all get stuck behind each other and they can't attack. And then Blinding Cloud wears off and your army dies. This scenario is different because I guaranteed that I could get surface area. So that's number one condition for Blinding Cloud to be an option. Number one, surface area. Will you get enough surface area to actually kill the units before Blinding Cloud wears off? I see a lot of people Blinding Cloud an army and their army's over here and then their army starts running in and Blinding Cloud's wearing off by the time they're hitting the tanks. And I'm like, that's way too... Like, you need to sync it up just right. So notice, when we do fight, I send the Vipers forward. I'm like, fuck, there is Vikings here. I thought he had no anti-air. I was like, shit, I'm going to lose some of these. And I just F2, A-moved my army, didn't micro any of my ground units once again. Had I done an amazing setup beforehand? Yes. But you'd be surprised how well you could do these setups sometimes. And then I just went, okay, let's just pepper some Blinding Clouds on this army, right? And I'm aiming for the middle of tanks wherever possible. I spammed a few too many here. I went like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or something. Whereas I could have just gone like 1. You don't need to cover every tank. Try to put it in the middle of 2 or 3 tanks wherever possible. You don't need individual tanks to get their own Blinding Cloud. A lot of people do this, especially if there's nothing killing your Vipers. They just empty all their Blinding Clouds. And then if the fight drags on and you don't have 1 or 2 extra Blinding Clouds, that's such a bummer, because look at this, the tail end of this, these tanks are going to come out of this. And that extra Blinding Cloud is really nice. Defends me from quite a lot of tank shots. And that was a beautiful engage. Look at the units lost tab, despite losing a lot of drones and bases, we're ahead against mech, and that fight especially was beautiful. So, really, really good. Really, really good. GG's. Didn't I only lose 1 Viper? I think I lost maybe 3 or 4 this game. I rebuilt a few of them. I would need to reload it in Game Heart to actually be able to bring that up though. I replaced a couple of them at one point. Anytime a Terran leaves me alone this long, I get overrun with BC, says Swiss. Yeah, BCs are okay, but Hydras can deal with them in small numbers. Medium numbers even. Just abduct them into the middle of your pack and they'll go down pretty quickly. Be careful, especially if you don't have that many Hydras. Sometimes I see someone with like 20 Hydras and they abduct like 6 battle cruisers at once. That's kind of bad because then your Hydras are shooting 6 different battle cruisers, where if you kind of abduct just 1 or 2, then wait a second, then abduct another 2, all your Hydras are kind of automatically focus firing without you having to do micro. Just something to consider. It's, yeah. Like, it's just that thing where it's like, don't abduct 8 battle cruisers onto your 10 Hydralisks, that sort of thing, right? Yeah. I think we'll keep doing Roach Infestor versus Terran. Kind of funny, we've played a bunch of games versus Mech, where actually Roach Hydra Lurker is, or Roach Hydra Viper is kind of a little bit simpler. So, I think if I face Battle Mech again, guys, as good as Infestors can be, I felt like it dragged that last game on way too long. So I think instead I'll just go straight Vipers. You've got the Infestation bit, just make a Hive. The faster you get Vipers out, the easier it is to kill. I can just use Roach positioning to deal with Cyclone, Hellion. Like I said, split them up. Try to look for a Sanger. Look for a cheeky sandwich. This is going to be Zerg versus Zerg. The matchup I'm kind of the most annoyed at. Like I said though, honestly, this is actually just better for my development as a player. If we see another player who's walling off with 2 Evos and a Roach Horn, we're going to let our Bailey Nest finish. We're not going to cancel it this game. This has been tilting me to no end on my main account as well for like a year. Is I'm like, this is so inefficient. And they're like, yeah, but you get tricked by it. And I'm like, but what if I just build the Bailey Nest? What if I'm not so greedy? And they're like, yeah, but you are. And I'm like, is everyone else also as greedy as me on the NA ladder? Does this trick work versus everyone? Probably. NA ladder is not famous for the solid macro of its players. Let's put it that way. Bloody. I'm like, you're going roaches. I'm like, why are there 100 +1 Zerglings coming across the map? Oh. You're a greedy boy too? We're too greedy, aren't we, Jan Paul? Successful at plays versus people's egos. Yep. Hurts mine, man. Hurts my ego, that's for sure. Gotta stop losing to it, man. It's made ZVZ on the NA ladder so much harder. I don't play against very many tight, just like straight up roach pushes. So the thing is, skipping the Baneling Nest is basically being a bit greedy against that. It is being a bit greedy so that you're stronger against that. What are you doing, buddy? Is he trying to Evo block a gas? Is that what he's doing here? I think he's trying to Evo block my minerals. Yeah, my opponent's trying to Evo block my minerals, guys. Double drone, gangbang, gangbang, gangbang. Welcome to Gangbang Town. Pig, why are you talking about gangbangs? Well, that's just what happened. I think he was trying to basically get me to react by pulling drones, and then he was going to be able to do stuff. Okay, yeah, he's coming. Omar's coming. Do we build an Overlord? I'll build an Overlord because I might cancel my hatch, maybe? I don't know, man. A lot of people build like the Evo chamber there to block spine crawlers going down. Bit of cheese defense. This should be fun, guys. My spawning pool is not very quick, by the way, so.
The hive cluster is under attack.
I don't know if this worked or not, because I've already lost a lot of drones, guys.
The hive cluster is under attack.
I think I might have lost. It's been a while since I've played against this one, and yeah, I didn't cancel the hatch. Which, oh my god, my hotkey. I think this might be every single one of my opponent's drones, though. I don't know. Oh, the lag is not helping there. You guys see that? Yeah, we're dead. It's a bummer. You gotta cancel the hatch in this scenario. There's no reason to let it finish, especially not if they're not building splits. I went to cancel it and I was like, oh, that's already done, isn't it? Well done. Good all in for my opponent. You see pros lose to this all the time, right? This is one of those age-old ones that always gets you every now and then. It's much harder to defend with lag. It was interesting because I haven't seen someone dive into my mineral, and you're also meant to cancel that Evo chamber, obviously. In such a long time, I was like, whoa. So that was kind of bizarre. Let's check my spawning pool timing. first of all. That was probably a few seconds late. No, it was fine. It's about 1:14. So we get a drone kill there because he's just fucking around, hoping to distract me or something. And then I didn't cancel the gas. So if I was super pro there, I would have canceled the gas, right? So check this out, guys. If we immediately responded, I could have gone, oh, and canceled it. But instead, I would have needed to be very quick for that. So first things cancel gas. Now in terms of the hatch, I'd keep it up for a bit, but I think I'd maybe put that on my... yeah, maybe put that on like a third army key or something, just so that I can... Or nah, I would just jump to it and cancel it as needed. So this is interesting. Yeah, it's been a while since I've actually played against the one where they don't build spines. And they've got 2 drones, so they can keep rallying a lot of Zerglings. I don't actually need the Evo chamber. That's just unnecessary. It's a waste of money, number 1. So number 1, that. Number 2, do we cancel? Yeah, that's always a big question, isn't it? Do you cancel the hatch? I don't know, man. And you don't need this Overlord either. So don't need the Evo, don't need the Overlord. That's 175 more minerals that you have. The gas finishes, whatever, so that's fine. But 175 more minerals is great. And then if we can get a queen out in the main as well, yeah, it's gonna make a big diff. It'd be pretty juicy. Pretty juicy, for sure. Now, this first fight, I was like, whoa, you're actually diving in there. And I was kind of shocked by that, right? Now, I wonder if I should have done a bit of hold position market. I was like really unsure how I should be taking this fight. Because he attacks into a choke point, I felt like I should fight. But I'm actually, I don't really know, so let's just analyze what happens. So he drills, which deprioritizes all those drones. Good micro by him. One of my drones was way too far deep in the choke point. That one, definitely I should have tried to hold position on. Now, I could have boxed these drones, told them to hold position, and just fought with most of my drones. Because I've got way more drones than him, right? And the Lings are mostly stuck behind each other. As it is, it ends up being 2 drones versus 2 Lings. That's a bad fight for me, objectively. However, if I'm taking a good fight versus the drones, it's okay. Notice, I'm not building a queen yet, by the way. So that's definitely hurting me. And that's because of the Evo chamber. And, yeah. The Evo chamber and the Overlord. Both unnecessary. Both unnecessary here. Okay, so the drones are going to fight. Yeah. Now, I think we could have just avoided fighting there, for sure. I think you can just hide in the pocket, and if he goes and cancels the spine, that's fine. You just want to keep your drones alive until your Zerglings are out, and then you're good. Yeah, and if you don't build the Evo, I have a queen. I can get my Zerglings together. I can keep my drones hidden in the pocket and just spam click in the pocket to keep him safe, and I don't think there's any way the opponent can kill me there. GG's. Yeah. You have to build 2 spines? No, you don't. He wasn't building spines. So there's no need to build more than 1 spine there. There's a lot of different ways you can respond, though. Really depends on how you want to play. I cancel my natural right away and drop 3 spines. Is that too much? You could try it. That's fine. The more important thing is the queens and the lings. In that scenario, you can't really defend the spines because your lings aren't out in time. So they can focus the spines down. So it's more about building lings and queens and then fighting with your lings and drones together so that they're... The drones are better at tanking than doing damage. That's essentially the main thing there. Yeah. You can hide a drone in the natural and put a spine down there. That is a cute way of doing it, and then you can run to it. Yeah, that's a thing. So ZVZ. Clan easy money. I like it. Yes. Good luck, have fun. A barcode with a clan. I know, right? I was like, what? What even is this? Now, pull first would have made that a free win, remember, guys, as well. So there's a reason why right through to Masters, I was almost always doing pull first. It just makes life easier. Doesn't cost you much. You're like, I'm half a drone behind. And the whole early game is just so easy. It's beautiful. But a lot of people prefer hatch first. Just they want to do what they see the pros do. So I did want to mix it up and show you guys both styles. We've done a lot more hatch first towards the tail end of it, of the series. Just so you guys can learn all scenarios. Hi Pig, about abilities but not Zerg ones. Can you steady fire with Ghost from a bunker? Pretty sure you can't, but why would I know? People like ask me questions sometimes. They're like, Encyclopedia Pig, tell me this. And I'm like, can't you go in the unit tester and try it? Like, chat can answer it, but I'm pretty sure you can't. I feel like I would have seen it happen in 10 years of StarCraft, but you can stim. I think that's all you can do from inside a bunker. I'm not sure. Don't know. I just find it funny. A lot of people just expect me to know everything. I'm like, yeah. Like I play the game a lot, guys. I don't know all the numbers. You could ask like printf or TLO. They would probably know exactly those things. But they have very different brains to me. I'm more of a creative person. Those guys are much more technical. Even though you think of TLO as like a creative guy, and he's very, it's much more technically minded than me with like understanding how the mechanics of the game works. Yeah. And printf is like 1,000 times more technical than either of us, I think. Like, printf is, he has a very different brain to me. Very different brain to me. It's very organized in how he thinks. I'm a little bit more of organized chaos, you know? I'm someone who like, you know, I build structures and stuff and to get more organized. But like, you're so organized, Pig. And I'm like, that's just because that's what I need to do, or I'm just all over the shop. Yeah. It's because I am everywhere. Yeah, I don't think anyone's seen snipe from a bunker. It is weird though if you think about it, because if you can stim in a bunker, why can't you snipe from a bunker? It's a good question.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Just try to get in there, see if he's got wing speed or not. Okay. Wing speed is on the way, and his mining gas. Cool.
Our forces are under attack.
So I wanted to play, like I said, macro Lingbane, just as a better way of getting to the next step. And a way of hopefully encouraging my opponents to play different styles. Extra overlords, let's go.
Metamorphosis
Okay,
complete.
cool. So we're just playing a very defensive style, by the way. We're going to build a third queen there, and the reason is that means it can pop out and replace this one, who moves down here. And this one spreads creep to connect to the third. We're focusing really hard on droning. I've got 2 safety banelings. These 4 lings are going to go for a little bit of a run by. Just try to keep my opponent a little bit busy, and we'll try to get up into roaches so that we can go roach infestor. Roach infestor again, guys. Let's see what we can do with it. And that's a baneling nest. That's an incredibly late baneling nest. My opponent's build order could best be described as jank as fuck. Yeah, and they've got no safety banelings, like very few zerglings. Now they're going to try and basically just use a good offense is the best defense. These 2 queens are my defenders. You guys get to see me doing Lingbane defense rather than offense for once, which is awesome because that teaches us different stuff. Queen there. And we can rally over the third. Is he not attacking? There he is. I don't know where he's going. +1 range. Okay, you can go there and then attack that from the other side of it. And my opponent does not have a proper wall off. He's not defending very cleanly either. Okay. So we're going to try and just check what's up. We saw a roach horn, so we don't think it's going to be mutas, but you never know. Okay, extra overlords here, just to see what's up. And we need to shuffle that forward so we can see if he attacks on the south side. And that can also come out there. Let's try and get that infestation pit. Layer's not done yet. It's fine. What's the more reliable scouting tell, guys? It's the worker line. So we need to see that worker line. We see drones popping out though. Drones popping out is good. We're now going to confirm in a second. What's his drone saturation? Okay, opponent's building a lot of Lingbane as well. Interesting. Okay. So what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to make 2 banelings there. These guys are going to distract by coming into the natural, and we're going to walk banelings in to try and kill the workers. But most importantly, we've already seen what we need to see, which is... We're just fixing up the saturation there. Opponent is droning. Opponent is going roaches. We now see that as well. And this is obviously amazing scouting information. So you see a little behind on drones, yeah, but I'm happy having 3 fully saturated bases here. So check this out. Okay, these guys are going to try to go into there. And then these lings are just going to run on in. So these lings are queued to try and do damage. We're going to see if we can kill some guys, see if we can kill some more there. And then the actual thing we micro is this. And good play, opponent was watching, pulls the drones, so I only got 2 kills there. Really good reaction. Now, of course, all I'm doing is massing roaches because the opponent's trying to kill me. We'll make a few guys. We've got pathogen glands, but right now we should just be trying to survive. Now, we've only got 1 safety baneling, but we see a lot of lings coming as well. If he's rallying lings, we may need more than that. No need to fight down there, so we can just cancel that base as he attacks it. So the opponent's just way behind in just about every regard, and seems to be very all in. We can maybe kill the banelings, or we can also... I mean, he doesn't have roach speed. So we tried to stop the lings from getting in there. I think a few got in. I don't think it really matters. And then we just defend. So opponent went kind of all in there, and we should be able to crush this army. We have roach speed. Opponent doesn't. Just trying to get on top. Just try to make sure the Ravages aren't easily in range. And otherwise just make sure everyone's attacking. GG. So I don't know if they pulled fake drones to the 3rd. Because 13 drones in the main. Yeah, they pulled some fake drones from so the main and the natural. So there was 3, 2, 5 drones. And these gases both taken, this is all kind of a fake. So my opponent was trying to give off the illusion of, look, I'm droning my 3rd. And I'm taking gases, because I want 5 gases for sure. This is a normal game. 5 or 6 gases. Doop-de-doop. But it was actually just a giant hatch tech roach all in. Was there a lair? Yes. But that was, I think, a fake. Because there was no roach speed or anything, right? It was just ling speed, +1 range, and I'm going to try and kill you with a ton of roach ling bane. So it was a good all in. I was maybe on the edge of being a bit greedy there, right? I took a 4th and stuff, but it's just because I defended. I did some damage. I defended well. I just kind of got ahead mechanically there. There's nothing too crazy. I was, had pathogen glands, was about to add the infestors, but we didn't get there. You're thinking about defending zealots in the main while out with the army. You don't think you can build a bunker and unit test it? You can. Yeah, you can build bunkers. You can build buildings in it. No, I mean, the thing is, you want your defense at home, Crypt, to be automatic anyway. Just have a bunker with Marines, but like generally, if they're getting like a Warp Prism in your main, just always leave a Viking covering your main. That's something I always tell people. I'm like, dude, go cover your main with a Viking. Not enough people build a Viking and just leave it down there, up here if you're Terran, on patrol, and it just makes your life so much easier. But other than that, you don't want to be doing anything too fancy, like, oh, I'm gonna manually grab a bunker and snipe zealots with ghosts inside. Like, if you're leaving 4 ghosts in a bunker, that's a ridiculous amount of units and very important units to have in the main fight that you should have in the main battle. And it would require micro and attention, which it's like, wait, if you want the rest of your army to be elsewhere, well, your attention should be elsewhere as well. F2 is against the Viking in Diamond 3. Well, I mean, you're definitely not going to have the APM to go micro the ghosts. Turrets, I guess. A Widow Mine or 2 on the edge maybe helps a little bit. But you can always clear it out beforehand anyway. If you build a Viking as you're moving out, you can clear that edge, and you'll probably kill the prison. They won't be able to get it back there in time. What are we playing? Oh, same player as EVZ. Oh, shit. Okay, we're very slow to scout here, guys. Wait, isn't this the one who rushed me before? Easy money? Or what was the last player? Is this the rush or the other one? I can't remember. I think this is the last guy that I just beat. Chat confirms it is the last player. Glad I got you all with me. I forget. I don't pay enough attention. Well, looks like a pretty normal build. We would have seen lings coming by now if it was an early pool. Second Overlord tells us it's not an early pull for sure, because otherwise that Overlord wouldn't be crossing at the midpoint. This is a 13 Overlord, and it's crossing paths in the midpoint of the map. That means that's a 13 Overlord, which means earliest he's done a pull, it's probably 16 or 17. Could have done it before hatch, but you know that it's in the realm of, oh, this is a pretty normal play, right? That's the important thing. First drone from the natural after the 4 Zerglings. We're going to rally to our third. Should be good. Don't have time to have full learning. You're good with snipes though. I don't know, man. I always want automatic things to defend counterattacks. So Liberator's Sieged on bases is good. If you're going late game, make sure if you build a bunker here, you surround it completely with depots, and then Zealots and DTs can't get at it. That's actually a really, really good thing to make your life a lot easier. So guys, we're doing just a very standard Baneling play, but like I said, we're defending with it rather than being offensive for once. He does a lot of damage to my Overlords. Okay. I don't think I really need to worry about that. It's just 2 Lings, whereas I have 4. I might get a cancel, guys. A lot of people are very greedy in the early stage. They kind of just... Oh, we got a cancel. Yeah. So you've really got to respect... What the hell? Apparently I only attacked with... Nah, bro. So there we go. We got 1 goes on the hotkey. 1, I dump off my hot control group. You see 0, that's the control group I don't use. Okay, he's got a Baneling nest. Well, the few Lings, not too many. Mostly we're focusing on droning right now. We're going to try and take this gas in the main. Get a lair. Evo chamber. Get an extra queen. Okay. I'm not going to harass this time. Just going to chill. Okay, get +1 range, get a Roach Warren. That's going to keep me safe against early attacks as well. Oh! Guys, I did not realize what we're up against here. Uh-oh. Shit. I was not watching my minimap. Oh, he's trying to blow up my dude. Now, this is a big commitment from him, guys. This ain't free. A lot of people are like, ah, you're so behind now. It's like, nah, man. Dude, that was not free. Look at that. And he's still building Lingbane. I don't even need to counterattack right now. Will I counterattack? Yes, but that's only because I'm a Chad gamer and I want to keep him busy. So he's not getting further ahead right now. Okay, so check this out. So we're going to go... you go there. You guys go there. And we're going to go extra queens, extra queens. You go Overlord, Overlord, extra dudes. Okay. And he's actually... Okay. He's actually going completely all in now. So we're just going to basically wait on the ramp and blow up all these Zerglings. Oh, shit.
Our forces are under attack. Our drones are under attack.
Okay, let's get Pathogen Glands. This is a really good attack from him, actually. Yeah, not seeing the first one move out. I mean, I say not seeing, but what I really mean is not noticing the first one moving out is obviously a big no-no. So we've got to immediately take that. Now these guys, we're going to do a run by. They're just going to run into the natural and kill some stuff, okay? We're just going to, right now, just run these guys through there. See what they can do. Make sure you're oversaturated on these bases while you're waiting. Make sure we're already building infestors. Got 2 on the way. Of course, we'll send an overseer through as well as pull all of our other overlords back. Ooh-wee! That's what I'm talking about. Come from a surprising angle was the whole idea here. Okay, so we're going to go across now with more banelings and also some zerglings and see if that can do some damage.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay. So these banelings are just going to roll in there. So we're just going to split them up. And then these guys will go in there. Just so they're annoying. And then these lings can run in the main. Now, because there's no gas, I think my opponent's going to be going for... Yeah, looks like some sort of roach roll in. Just shift-click the weak ones. See what we can do. Can't really do anything. No worries. So, you go there. You go there. You go there. We'll try to take both gases. I doubt we'll get to keep them. We're going to make 5 infestors to go with our pathogen glands. Very good for holding chokes. Not much good for anything else. And we'll see what we can do. Changeling at the front is just going to follow a roach. Right now, we have 2 roaches. He has about 15. That's what we call a deficit, for those who don't know. And that's something we'd like to close. Lots of overlords right now. I have so much fucking money, man. Not enough gas after building, especially after building all that, Infestor. So we're just going to build spines because they're very good with infestors just for like surviving. And we're just going to set up on pervert mode over that mineral line. Okay. Okay, so we do need to build a few more guys here. A few more drones, that is. Apparently I missed 15 injects maybe, I think is about the number. Like, how do I have no lava right now? This is actually insane. He's coming for me. Luckily, he's left some roaches at home. My opponent's too good with their control groups. I don't mind a cancel on the 4th. Like that, I do not care about. Because we've got fungal spine. So if he comes onto this ramp, he just gets ravaged. As I said, he comes on the ramp, he gets ravaged. Oof. And he's only on 3 base, remember, or at least 3 base effective.
Our forces are under attack.
And now we're just going to see when he takes a 4th, because that's going to tell us when I need to worry, right? Because if he denies my 4th now, which I might have to cancel it, we'll see. But we've got very good upgrades, and we've got those infestors out, which is awesome. Coming again. Okay, we should have been doing... dude, I missed the cancel. We should have been doing nothing but roaches here. So what we're going to do, guys, we're going to do a little roach run by around the top, see if we can kill some guys. But he's actually probably already going in that direction. Yeah, he is. So... I just do 3 roaches down the bottom. Oh! This is a crazy attack. I often talk about how infestors are not the most efficient here. And he's got me! I think he's got me, guys. Oh, man. Does he? Does he, though? Maybe, maybe not. Okay, we've won the fight. Pull back with the drones. Pull back with the drones. Those guys went down. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Okay. As good as they are defensively, a player who actually builds their roaches non-stop can always cause you problems if you're just being shitty with your production and over-emphasizing the defensive power of those. So we're going to make some ravages now, because that's just going to help clear up vision, make me a little stronger. I'll make another one of these. We try to make some Hydrodend infestation pits so we can play some proper Zerg vs. Zerg late game, show you guys what that's about. I'm like trying to play it from massively behind like I did in that previous one. So we're trying to just get him here a little bit.
Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
He's way down on upgrades. we're at least a little down on upgrades. So we're going to start +2 to continue that. These Biles had some pretty sick splash damage, man. The fungal, that is, sorry, the fungal bile combo. I just don't know if I can keep up, because he's actually just massing roaches into me and saying, hey, that's not actually a good enough unit over the long term, because it can't keep up pace. And I'm like, hey, you're actually kind of right there, dude. Okay. Each time he throws units at me, I mean, that's acceptable. We can... Okay. Nothing but roaches, man. That's all I gotta do. Nothing but roaches and just survive. How many? 5? Okay, we're gonna send 5 roaches. Deal with that. Just wait for him on the high ground and then start a step on top so he can't escape. Focus fire. Stay move. Woo! Oh yeah, he's trying to be a bit too sneaky. Really nice tactics from my opponent, but we punish him. And notice we're just going to cut off the retreat, so we just go straight right. Why chase when we know which way he has to go to get home? We're going to start our hive now as well. And getting this up is actually huge, because now we catch so many of his units on the retreat. And that is amazing. Okay. Oh, we just let a bunch of roaches home. Oh, I didn't even realize. Okay. Alright, I'll try to feint over here. Okay, can we just fix that up? Take the 5th. Okay, we've got a few drones. We're just going to run away now. I just want to clear up his vision. He's got way too much vision right now. So we're just going to do that. Okay, these guys are going to run in. These guys running up there. These guys going in there, hold position. So you can see, especially against what I'm doing with the fungal, this is a bit too dangerous. The way he's doing the run-bys. So we got some really nice fungal. Oh, we got another infestation pit? Yeah, we forgot about the previous one. Jesus Christ! Too greedy, pig! Trying to get these infestors out so early? Oh my god. Too greedy, dude. I can't believe I didn't notice this, guys. If at this point, all I do is morph them all into banelings, build more zerglings, like, I just keep making banelings, bring your queens to the front. He doesn't get the 3rd, we're fine. That's all I needed to do. This game was easy. You've got to keep an eye on your overlord, and if you're bad at keeping an eye on it, do try to make sure this overlord gets out in the middle or something like that so you get an extra bit of warning. I didn't notice till the lings were at my base, so just very lazy map awareness there. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the hold on top of the ramp. Yeah, those were some nice fungals for sure. There was a few times there was some very nice fungals. The important thing though is just remember, if you do it on unranked or a different account or on your main account, expect to lose games. I'm obviously just digging deep and showing you like kind of perfect play to win, and it's probably not as good educationally. Not perfect, but you know, a much higher level. Especially when it comes to infestors. I have so many years of experience with infestor defense, so it's a natural thing for me. I've always enjoyed it. Terran. So we're getting quite a few players who are lower than us. Not getting too many who are high. I think the Overlord vision was okay, actually. It just yeah, I mean later on, yeah, I think it was a bit sketch. But earlier, I think it was when the Ling run by came out, I had all the info I needed to have, you know. Thank you very much for the love. Oh my god, King Slorch is going above and beyond. Thank you everybody for slapping your bacon in the chat. A great bacon wave to say thank you for King Slorch, who carries the support. Everybody else like free content. King Slorch like, no. I pay for everybody. I buy you all a round of subs. Let's go. Going to fucking party. Learn how to play 400 APM Infestor Roach like Pig. Yeah, just watch him. Then just magically make happen with your hands. You're gonna see a Nidus at some point? I haven't done any Nidus play at all in Bronze GM. But a Nidus is a spellcaster? Oh, okay, that's a good point. Dot says a Nidus is a spellcaster. So, alright. Oh my god, 5 gifted subs. You guys are being crazy. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're out of control, bruh. This is actually wild. Oh my god, Yule. Thank you. Alright guys, so we'll do a cheeky butthole. I think it could be kind of good, popping it here and up here on this map, especially because we can even do it there, potentially. So for those who don't know, a cheeky butthole... Oh, no, we won't get to do it, guys. We're getting marine rushed! Hello?
Is under attack.
Hello? Hello, mate? Okay, we held it. We held it. Ooh, we got it. Yeah. Sorry, Pikachu. I don't like weebs. Okay, you guys go there. You can go there. You can go here. 2 queens at the front, I think, can hold off a crazy number of marines. Especially whenever he steps on that high ground, he's going to be asking for a bit of a clobbering. Got creep tumor out here. That's going to cause a whole bunch of repair needed. Get spine. Hello. More drones, I think. Oh, get back. Okay, I think we bought time at least. Hello, mate. Yeah, you're going to take spine hits if you want to run past here. It's going to run home to catch these guys, so we're going to get the overlords out of there. Oh, interesting. He's right out there, okay. Okay, fascinating. I think he's done okay here, has he? Oh, hello. Is he going to go round 2? I think he might go round 2. Yeah, I feel like he's going to go round 2, guys. So we're just going to make a lot of lings right now. Try to get a nice surround. Building some extra spines, which is not my favorite thing to do, but give it a go. Yeah, I don't really know what's happening. Oh, I wasn't watching. I'll tell ling speed. Hello. Hello, do you like surrounds, buddy? I bet you do, don't you? Don't you, you naughty Terran. You naughty Terran. This is really hard to judge in this scenario because, you know, you don't know, like, how much they're committing and that sort of stuff. Watch this. Goodbye, Marine. But now we can just do big surrounds now, so... I think we just keep massing guys, yeah. We try and bait him in. Yeah, he's just... Ah, bro. Can we make a baneling nest? I guess. Do you guys think he has a gold? Oh, he probably has the gold, doesn't he? Oh, that's how you do it. Oh, I get it. Okay. Got to think about the map as well. Alright. More guys on gas, because we're going to have to do this with Banes. Yeah. And we win the game. As long as you don't get him, let him get to the wall, he can't get out of that. And we should be able to win. So, GG. Was there a gold base? No, but he was building an expansion there. So I could have poked this Overlord in, just gone move there, move back, because there's no barracks production at home. And that would have been okay. Wow. I scouted that really late. Where is my Overlord, man? Fuck was my Overlord going across the map for? As if I was playing Zerg vs Zerg. This Overlord should have been sitting out front my natural. I should have seen that SCV coming in. Whew. Oh my lord. What was his follow-up? He was all in, guys. He was trying to make a factory, 2 gases and a command center to try and just go into some sort of a normal game, but my opponent was banking on keeping me just completely contained with Marines for a long time. This is a 3 barracks proxy. It's incredibly committed. I lost a lot of drones, though. And I was very slow to drone up afterwards as well. I thought I'd be able to get rid of it, but he placed the barracks well, so he's got a nice fuckboy corridor back there. Which definitely caused me a little bit of trouble. And then I was just a bit too slow to get a spine. So once you start losing queens, it really hurts your ability to just macro out of this, which is obviously a big problem. Now, he's pretty deep on creep, so this was okay. And this queen did some good baiting, right? She kept going in and out on 2 hit points. And we get quite a few Marines, but good micro from my opponent. Hats off. Hats off to Pikachu there. Good micro. So, I mean, I kind of wish I droned a little harder at some point, but because I kept losing queens here and zerglings and stuff, it was a bummer. But at the same time, he's got like 6 SCVs repairing, so that costs him a lot, pulls a lot of attention away. I did squeeze a few more drones in, finally got ling speed. And when you know it's a 3 barracks like this, you know that they're incredibly committed and their transition is very, very slow. So I was every now and then glancing to see if there was extra SCVs being pulled. Because normally in this scenario, you expect them to just mass up another 20 or 30 Marines, pull all the boys and go. How do you know if you're safe to drone? Well, spine crawlers plus having queens with transfuses can fuck up large numbers of Marines. Like lings and drones just beat Marines in very small numbers. As the Marine count grows, you need like queens in there as well, and you need to kind of like try and surround them, right? You can't just like chase them or you'll get wrecked off creep. Then at a certain number of Marines, like just a queen or 2 on their own doesn't do enough damage. You need like multiple spines, or you need like ling speed. It takes a lot of experience based on the feel of what's happening. I always like to overcommit and try to shut it down, but generally speaking, just focus on just one thing. So don't do what I did there and go like ling speed and spines at the same time. Just get more spines and queens up, and if you can gather transfuse energy, 1 creep stream is good, but try to gather transfuse energy, and don't even inject. If you're very low on drones, don't even inject, just save the transfuse energy, because transfuses on queens and spines pay dividends. Spines have 2 armor, Marines only do 6 damage a shot. They lose 1/3 of their damage output for spines, you add transfuses to that, oof, it's really hard. Could he have done a bunker a bit further back? Yeah, it's an option. There's just different ways of doing it. You do that, you've got a little bit less like Marine production potentially and stuff, or you're not pushing as hard, which gives me more time to just delay that front bunker, and I don't need to chase as far. I'm like, oh, you got a backup bunker? No worries. And then I don't lose as much mining time kind of thing. I have no idea what's better. Man, so much ZVZ guys in Masters 2. What is this? So we're going to play a Zerg vs Zerg here versus Slam. What's up, Slam? How you doing? There's a very good Age of Empires player called Slam. Thanks, mate. What are you named after? Slam bopped you yesterday. Can't you go into unit tester and time the animation? What animation? Oh, just curious where you got your name from. Sorry, animation of what? Nice. That's simple. A simple and clean choice. I'm creative. I'm already a big fan of Slam, Mr. Sam the Slam. This player's a legend already. Already doxed himself. Yeah, what do you mean, Hectic? Sorry, what are we talking about? The animation? We want to get link speed up early, because obviously whoever gets that first gets a little bit more map control in CVZ. Can be really nice. The attack animations of units? Sure. Well, like getting used to stutter stepping and stuff, like getting used to micro, sure. If you play on a lot of different servers, it'll be different depending on your ping though. So if you play with like, you want to test that on the server that you play the most games on probably. But yeah, you can hop in there. It's always a good way to get some muscle memory. Alright guys, should we do another wall off roach build straight up into Infestors? It's kind of the only way to get to Spellcasters, like, I mean, we did it with Ling Bane a few times, but I think it'd be nice. Nah, we'll just do the Baneling style again. Baneling Nest style again, because we've already mined so much gas. We prioritized gas. Yeah, why not? Okay. Get that guy out front. This guy here. Oh, hello. Hello. Now you need to make Zerglings around them anyway. Okay, we killed a Zergling there, which was real good. Ah, I didn't quite get that one back. Actually, no, Creep Shimmer. Yeah, Creep Shimmer is more important. Get that third queen as well. Those two queens go on the control group. Try to get these guys in. One goes up there, one goes on the hotkey. Make a few more Zerglings, so if he does attack us, we can react. Nothing worse than seeing an incoming attack and having nothing to react with. Speaking of which, I'm gonna queue another transfuse, maybe? Maybe not. Ooh! Oh! Get out, get out, get out! Ooh, well done.
My man!
Okay, we're telling these guys to hide in the corner. They're gonna go for a scout, and then they're gonna hide in the corner. And we're gonna rally over to there. Lair, Roachhorn, and gases. Cool. Oh, nice attack. I wasn't looking. I didn't have my spotter up yet. Hello. Okay, very well done. And we still have our backup Baneling, which is nice. Okay, cool. Let's just do a bit of light pressure here to see what's up. Roach speed. We'd like to get in +1 range, but we're not there yet. Drawing that. So we need to, with these guys, kind of just check the saturation, right? On the third, that's the main thing. And there is quite a few. Okay, Yeah, they're going to come in here because that's going to wound a whole bunch of them. So if we can just get one hit on each of those guys. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Just trying to finish off a few weak ones. So that's a good way of doing it. All right, we've got 2 Banelings still. These guys can go there. You guys can go there. We're just kind of droning on up. Overlord's a little slow here. You can go there. Now, we already saw he had a crazy work account, guys, so we don't really need to worry too much. We just need to check that Overseers aren't coming in. Spire, sorry, isn't coming in, which it doesn't look like, especially because there's no gases on that third, but better safe than sorry, right? So we're quickly 8 drones there to get to full 3 base. We're missing a guy on gas that we never replaced because I'm a noob. +1 range is forgot to start this whole time. Oh my god, that's really bad. That's not great at all. Alright, well at least we're on Mass Roach. Here he comes, and... Okay, he's not really going to do anything. That's fine. Okay, this is a big attack, man. That's a lot of roaches. But wait, he turns around. Oh, he's just going to try and clear overlords. Okay. Well done. Okay, very well done. So we're going to get that. We're trying to get OV speed. He's going to be doing that hunting. And we'll try to get 4 of our own Ravagers as well. Just put them on patrol paths if possible. And then we can bring that Overseer around just to kind of track his army and see what's up. Lots more roaches on the way. Trying to catch him not looking while he's attacking the rocks. A little cheeky. A little cheeky. He's trying to do a roach drop into my main, I think. Massive supply blocks. Yeah. Hello. He's got tunneling claws, guys. He's trying to run away. But I've got a speed overseer, remember. Okay. I just killed a lot of stuff, so I'd like to push in. I'm F2ing around a little bit.
Mineral field depleted.
Can we make those infestors, please? Thank you. We got another one just by focus firing. Okay, notice I've got drones rallying in, so control click that after telling them to go back to mining. Okay, so we're going to send a few guys up there. And we're going to keep trying to push here. These guys are going to run in, just see what they can do. Ooh. I don't know who's winning this fight. He's got +2 and I don't, so that usually would answer the question, but he's also very distracted by that other attack, which has obviously killed quite a few of his roaches, and looks like we just barely overwhelmed. So he droned his 4th, which I wouldn't normally advise you guys do. GG's. Oh, I do, Dot. Yeah, I'm about to finish up anyway. Thank you, Dot, for the reminder in the chat. Guys, I gotta finish up there. We did not make it to Masters 1 today. This is a giant league, and we're not getting that much for wins. A lot of matches versus lower level players. We also lost a few games today as well, which was cool. 1, 2, 3. 3. We lost 3 games. 3? What was this one? Oh, we lost to the drone pool 12 pool. We lost the ZVZ to the fake roach ling flood into super fast muters, and we lost the first game of the day to the cannon rush versus a very interestingly named player. Isn't 4800 MMR GM? Oh, I doubt it. It should be 5k at least. I wouldn't count it until I'm 5k, to be honest. At least. Let's take a look at the bottom of GM. Surely 4800 isn't GM. No. You got to get 5k to be there in GM. You might pop in if you're 4900, 4950, but we want to be at least 5k. So we're going to count 5k as getting GM. So guys, don't go anywhere, or actually do go anywhere. But thanks for watching this episode of Bronze to GM, where we tried to do a lot of Infestor and Viper usage. Honestly, these units are late game support units. I tried to show you guys how to get as many reps with using the spells, but it made the games a lot harder. On the plus side, I got so many fungals, so many abducts, right, in these games. That was a really good practice session. When we continue next week with the continuation here of Masters 2, Masters 1 GM, I think we're going to add Spellcasters when they're needed, but otherwise we're going to mix in aggressive play on maps where it's good. We're going to play clean mid-game timings. We're going to do just the whole gamut, I think, to close out the gap to GM, and just try to focus a lot on commentating what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, and how I'm reacting to what my opponent's doing. I think that's just a nice way to finish off Bronze to GM. We'll do Spellcasters when it's necessary. Yeah, we'll do Nidus when it's necessary. We'll mix all that in, and I think it should be a good time.